Welcome. This is the Red Pill News Dispensary, and we have a very, very special show for you today. This is a show that I've been wanting to do for a long time. This is a show that could be controversial, and it doesn't. It's when I say I bring the truth, I say I bring the truth. So you're gonna have to, if you don't agree with it, then maybe you should hear me out and listen, and just realize we're only going over really. Let's just get into it. I know I'm a little bit late, but all I'm gonna say is the censorship and deception is real, and I'm right on cue. Right on cue. All right. So, what we're going to be talking about today is number 17. You guys know what I'm talking about. And here in Boston, we have a storm. And it was a pretty bad storm, past 3 days. You know, it's been snowing. You know. But it's nothing compared to the storm that's coming. And a lot of you know what I'm talking about. And for those of you who don't, buckle in. Because we're going to jump right into this. So, let me change my orientation to landscape and let's get right into it.
What this represents, well, we reached the calm before the storm.
What's the storming?
Could be what this represents,
Well,
we reached the calm before the storm.
what's the storming?
Could be calm before the storm.
What storm, Mr.
We have the
President?
world's great military people in this storm. I will tell you that. And we'll have ratings. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
What storm, Mr. President?
We will find out.
You will find out. Now that was on, as you can see by the date right here, that was back on October 6th. So, I was curious to see how people reacted to that. A lot of you know what he was talking about, and I will tell you right now, the calm before the storm, let's just say the seas are getting choppy, people are boarding up their windows, people are making last-ditch efforts with sandbags. But I think they're out of sandbags. So the sandbagging, it might be a failed attempt because I think the levees are going to break on this storm. Actually, I know they are. And we're going to go through it all. But here's what they said at the time. This is time. I mean, no pun intended. Here's what they said at the time. I really didn't even mean that. This is from time, and here's what they said at the time. President Donald Trump warned of the calm before the storm while posing with a group of military leaders at the White House Thursday. You guys know what this represents, Trump said to a group of reporters while photos were being taken. And just by him saying that, that means that he wanted them to ask. And he said it's the storm, the calm before the storm. They keep asking him, at the time. Is it Iran? Is it North Korea? What does this mean? Are we going to war? And he just said, you'll find out. Doesn't sound like a war on another country to me. It sounds like he was almost kind of like warning them. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Let's see. When asked what he meant, Trump replied, as I just said, you'll find out. Trump's remarks occurred during a photo opportunity with senior military officials and their spouses on Thursday night. At the White House, Trump held a briefing with those leaders and a dinner afterward with them and their spouses. According to his transcript of the briefing, Trump mentioned several issues of national security facing the U.S. Oh, little did they know. I mean, this is actually pretty accurate, but little did they know what these national security issues actually were. Recently, we have had challenges that we really should have taken care of a long time ago, like North Korea, Iran, Afghanistan, ISIS, and the revisionist powers that threaten our interests around the world, Trump said. Tremendous progress made with respect to ISIS, and I guess the media is going to be finding out about that over the next short period of time. Amid anonymously sourced reports on Thursday that Trump plans to decertify the Iran nuclear deal next week, the president said the U.S. must put an end to Iran's continued aggression and nuclear ambitions. They have not lived up to the spirit of their agreement, he added, and we will be discussing. This is basically old news, but I just want to get to these facts. Due to their cryptic nature, Trump's comments had some people on social media expressing confusion. They take some random people got scared. I mean, a lot of people might have said, no, this is the world's greatest military. Sounds like Milanak. This is our new reality. Big brother in the White House. He really loves freaking people out, doesn't he? So now you got to remember, this is the beginning of his presidency. 18. My Wi-Fi disconnected in my own house. Hey, you guys, we never got disconnected, right? I'm just making sure, because out of nowhere, I'm sorry, this way. Out of nowhere, it just said Wi-Fi disconnected, trying to reconnect. That makes no sense. And don't worry, guys. I'm going to get right into the meat of this. I just kind of want to start with, how it all started. It's only right to do it that way. All right, so here we go. Can you guys let me know? Have you guys been here the whole time? Yes, no. I don't know. I don't think Snaps is it. What's it called? We don't want to. The thing is, even if it is Snaps, you know what? There's people who are coming here, and I don't want to I don't want people's first reaction to coming here to be like, "Hey, who are you?" Let's be kind to everyone who's new. We have a lot of new people on this channel. I mean, this channel's growing. This channel. I'm sure word's getting out that, hey, there's a small channel that is breaking all these stories. They're correct about a lot of things they predict come true. They have great sources. So, you know what? Let's be good to people who are first showing up. And by the way, for you guys, says he was lying about that. Yeah, so, well, you guys will see. So, no, I'm on the laptop, but it is right now, well, as of 4 hours ago, well, they said I would get it on the 6th. And when I checked where it was already in Connecticut, despite a literal storm we've had since December 1st to December 3rd. But wherever it's coming from. I mean, maybe there wasn't a storm there, so maybe that's why it's getting here so quick. So the as far as the snowing, that stopped today. The last snow was today, so it's in Connecticut right now. So I mean, it said it would be here on the 6th. I'm thinking it's going to be here earlier. You know, it's not. It's only, you know, it's not the weekend's not coming up, so I think I'm going to have it sooner than I thought, which is great. It's going to be amazing. All right, so anyways, the cost didn't change. Yes, I mean, the way you worded it is a little bit different, but yes, I really was. Yeah, everyone says he was lying about what? About Trump was? What do you mean? You're talking about Trump. Oh, I was reading back. It's not snaps. Yes, I was. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's my where I was stationed. Listen, I don't care. Even if it is snaps, what's it matter? I really was. In the military, you know, you get a thing called a DD-214, so that, you know, the type of people who try to say certain things. This is my duty station, although it's now NSGA Hawaii, but if you look it up, you'll see NSGA Kinea, and you'll see when it was NSGA Kinea until. And I can tell you about every corner of that place. And I can tell you about everything there is to do with cryptology as far as collection goes. So, anyways, there's a thing that we get called the DD-214 when we are discharged. And when you're discharged honorably, as I was, that's clear. What you did in the Navy, that's clear. The training you received, that's clear. So don't worry, guys. If anybody wants to question things, when the time's right, I will be happy, trust me, very happy to do that. Now, enough of that, all right? So, yeah, it's probably a troll, but he might really just be asking. I mean, honestly, if I saw someone on a YouTube channel and they were saying, well, in the military, I did this and this, and I had a top secret clearance, and I mean, you know, mine was a top secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information clearance with the polygraph, but, you know, still, I would think, I think he's bullshit. But, you know, what's he doing on YouTube? Shouldn't he be in the NSA or something? Well, I got in trouble as a civilian afterwards. Assault and battery of a police officer. You know, maybe sometimes I'm too honest, but that's the truth. And that's, you know, and it's all good. So anyways, I know I'm feeding the trolls, but it's okay. It's it just makes it that much sweeter when, you know, I drop the truth on them. Anyone who watches my show knows the truth. Anyways, let's get back to the topic. Anyone who knows me knows that, you know, I'm always an honest man. All right, so I really want to get right into this. All right, so, you know, I like to check in on the audience and stuff, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even. She's always right. Mark Knott is always right, too. All right. Oh, man, so much here. All right. All right, real quick. Just to put some perspective. No, it's not. Alright, this is the New York Times. Mark Landler. President Trump was clearly looking to make some kind of news, but about what exactly was not clear, and the mystery, as it often does with the president, whose statements baffle even his staff, only deepened the next day. On Thursday evening, the White House told the presidential press corps that Mr. Trump was done with his public schedule for the day. But around 7 p.m., Mr. Trump summoned reporters who were still at work to the state dining room where he was throwing a dinner for the military commanders and their spouses. I wonder what type of military men they were and why they were, you're bringing your spouses. Sounds like you're being honored before you start on a very, very important mission. Gesturing to his guests, he said, "You guys know what this represents? Maybe it's the calm before the storm." "What's the storm?" asked one reporter. "Could be the calm before the storm," Mr. Trump repeated, stretching out the phrase, a sly smile playing across his face. From Iran venture, this is basically like the same exact. As the generals shifted from foot to foot, see, they try to make it sound like they're all like, no. They were probably maybe a little bit giddy and loving how he was doing it. Mr. Trump brought the game of 20 questions to an end. Look at how they write. It's like, with all the now that these years have gone by and we've learned so much and all the lies, it's kind of comical. He praises beribboned guests as the world's greatest military people and excused the stymied reporters who returned to their workstations to start another round of what was the president talking about. Oh, don't worry, you guys are going to find out. By Friday, the White House was still unable to shed light on the matter. Several of Mr. Trump's aides said that they had no idea what the president meant, but the press secretary, Huckabee Sanders, wanted to make one thing clear. Mr. Trump wasn't just teasing his favorite antagonist. He was sending a message. "I wouldn't say that he's messing with the press," Mr. Sanders told reporters. "I think we have some serious world issues here. I think that North Korea, Iran, both continue to be bad actors, and the president is somebody who's going to always look out for ways to protect Americans, and he's not going to dictate what those actions may look like." And neither did she. When she started talking North Korea, Iran, and although, those are definitely potential threats, that I'm not going to say had nothing to do with it because this is a global situation. But anyways, suddenly Mr. Trump's proprandial banter took on an ominous tone. Maybe he was foreshadowing war with North Korea, which he was already threatening with fire and fury if the reclusive country aimed its missiles at the United States. Or perhaps he was predicting a clash with Iran a week before he expected to disavow the nuclear deal negotiated by his predecessor, Barack Obama. He certainly doesn't want to lay out his game plan for our enemies. It's kind of interesting to read. Sometimes, though, Mr. Trump's statements leave his own staff in the dark. You see how they try to... And think about how all that has turned out. North Korea, that fire and fury, the way he handled that, he handled it perfect. Iran, it continues to be a problem, and that was predictable. But, you know what? It's a little bit better now that we're out of Syria. And I was the first to criticize him when we were leaving Syria. I was worried about the Kurds. But they ended up being all right, too. So... but I don't just for anyone new, I don't just blindly go with anything. But I've learned to give him the benefit of the doubt for sure. Privately, a few aides said they did not believe the president was preparing for the country for war with either North Korea or Iran. But they also noted Ms. Sanders had a more successful debut as press secretary than her predecessor, Sean Spicer. In part because she has not attempted to clean up Mr. Trump's statements, something that would rankle the president. Alright, anyways. I got to what I wanted to say. The rest is basically old news. I just kind of wanted to, kind of give you guys a little bit of a picture of when this all started. All right, let's jump right into it. All right, while this always takes a minute to load because basically we have thousands of posts here, so it takes a minute. I mean, look, this right here on the 2nd, 3638. You know, we're closing in on a we're around like I think the last post. I don't know. I think it was like 3670. I forget. All right. I went too far. Oh. I like this. Oh. So, by the way, we left off over here last time, right? But I just saw, shall we play another proof game? Oh, you know what? I think we did that last time with the watches. So we're going to bypass that. You know what? We're going to get up to date. That's what we're going to do. And you're going to see a 93-day gap. And for those of you guys who don't know, after that 93-day gap, after that 93-day gap, alright, I think this is a good place to start. Alright. Alright. You guys will see why this is important. Images that are served via Tor broke yesterday. We are checking why and should have it fixed up soon. Caching is still a bit buggy, and likewise, we should have that fixed up soon. I will do my best to have things fixed up before the end of the weekend. An easy way to verify yourself after upcoming salt rotation is migrate Patriots fight before the rotation. Post with current trip code on Patriots fight. After salt rotation, post with new trip code on Patriots fight. Q research, that's the board owner. Add your, or the board operator, like the baker. Add your updated trip code to the Q research whitelist. Let me know if you want to migrate Patriots fight to log. You know what? This isn't Q. This is someone else. All right. Anyways, Patriots fight was taken down. In brackets, cleared of content just prior to platform term. Specific reason, and we all know what that specific reason was. By the way, that shooting in El Paso. Of course, now anyone who supports this stuff would never write their manifesto on here before going to do that. So kind of that real shady thing that happened there. And, the board got shut down. Yet when it came back up, there was a certain channel who had it before anybody. No one knew he was coming back. No one had figured out one of his last little codes, 93 Days of Darkness. But 45 minutes before he posted, a certain channel, and I'm just going to say it straight out, the Theredpillnews dispensary, was told by somebody who had never been in my chat before. And you guys can go back and watch this video. It's pretty clear. And he comes back, and basically the day that Q comes back is the day that you'll find that video. So it's around this time, like just before this time. So anyways, he told us that Q was coming back very, very soon. Now, I didn't really believe the guy. I never seen him before. Didn't know what to think of it. And then all of a sudden, he puts a website, 8kun.net. After that, 45 minutes later, on that exact site, Q came back and has been back ever since. So, I don't know why. It's amazing to me. I searched all around. I was looking. I said, did other people get this message? I tried reaching out to the guy who told me, like, hey, why did you tell me? Like, well, I couldn't find him. It's like he disappeared. So, very interesting stuff. A lot of you guys were there live for that, and most of you saw that. And that was a great honor. I think it has part to do with my credentials and part to do with, my history of honesty and standing up for what's good and against things that I find to be trouble and potentially damaging to the truth community. All right, and that's all I'm going to say on that. I'm not going to go any further. But just so you guys, in case you guys didn't know, that's how it went down. All right, so here we go. The Great Awakening. You are the news now. Handle with care, which is exactly what I'm trying to do. You don't see me going out and making all kinds of trouble. I have every right to, for those of you who know a couple little stories. But it's important that we do the right thing here. And don't worry, guys, this stuff's going to get real juicy real fast. Saw this on the way home today, coming home from Chicago during rush hour. Amazing how many people honked. Media is complicit. #treason. Q. It's pretty amazing. And that's in Chicago. What just happened? Oh, okay. And by the way, kind of like how I put in the title, the future equals the truth, the past equals the evidence. Because there's a lot of things that were in the past when I was on the boards and I was doing my research, and I learned a lot of research skills doing that. And I did it ever since, he started out, I think it was like October, November, something like that. I started following him in January. So I was like a month, maybe 2 months in. I started following. I caught up on everything he put, started following him, started seeing some proofs that blew my mind. And from there, it just got more and more realistic. I got more and more proofs. And I want to try to kind of bring some of these proofs to you guys. But, it's going to work if I kind of show you the... Anyways, let me just continue. I'm just going to keep reading these. So, news unlocks. You have more than you know. FBI 302s modified. We knew this a long time ago. Pain. House of Cards. Hashtag. You can read it. You can read that. And check this out. From Sarah Carter. Will newly discovered evidence free General Flynn? Chain of custody, chain of command, chain of custody, Pence, COS plus wife, FBI 302s. If you guys don't know what 302s are, those are basically like, it's a certain like document they have. I mean, I'm not an FBI agent, so I don't know exactly, but I know that the 302s, they have, I think they're very detailed. I don't wanna misquote it, but I know it's a certain document that, in his situation, might help him out. FISA, spy, and then points to Flynn, or will newly discovered evidence, AG Bar, SDNY, which is the Southern District in New York. That's like a very unique district. You know, all the big cases come out of there. Free Flynn. Mueller report will contradict per Brennan tweet today. Disconnect exists. And I think this is actually when Brennan tweeted. I'm actually almost positive this is when when Brennan tweeted that that basically what do you say, that if there's any whistleblower that knows about that phone call, or they should come out. And the reason he did that is he is in some of the hottest water out of all of them. And there's a lot of people in hot water. As we were going over, treason, prison to treason, seditious, conspiracy, all of them. We went over what each and every one meant. And I did that for a reason, so that you guys can kind of have those definitions for when we go over this stuff. Disconnect exists, R's and D's, negative for POTUS, insurance policy, Comey release of memos to obtain. The SC would stand for, in this situation, I would say special counsel. Special counsel attack POTUS witch hunt. Special counsel Comey. RR, that's Rod Rosenstein, state POTUS not under investigation. Flynn pleads guilty to none committed crime. S interviewed. S. Let me come back to that. Let me continue. S/P, relationship with judge. Number 2, S/P. Oh, it's got to be Page. That's got to be Sarah Page. Which, by the way, we have current news on Sarah Page. So we're going to get to her. Fusion GPS, which is what bought the Steele dossier. I mean, the thing is, all of this I knew 2 years ago. And now it's common knowledge. The Fusion GPS bought the Steele dossier from this guy named Michael Steele, who was MI6, basically like that's like our CIA, all right? And they bought that. Brennan basically handled that whole thing, handed it off to Comey. Comey went in along with McCabe. Rod Rosenstein also signed it. McCabe signed it. Comey signed it. They all signed it, and they put it as verified evidence, even though there were more holes in that dossier and in that story and in their whole premise for the FISA warrant to spy on not exactly Trump directly, but all the people around him. Papadopoulos in particular, I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart, but the female aide, someone will put it in the chat. So they got all these warrants to spy on them, which, when you're talking Five Eye, that's the thing. When you're talking about Five Eye, that would be like, I'm pretty sure it's right. U.S., Canada, the U.K., Australia, New Zealand, I believe is the fifth. And then actually, I've heard that Italy, we've kind of been involving Italy more in that. And we'll be talking more about the UK today as well. Tonight, I mean. All right. The Brits, raw intel, dossier, Five Eyes. Oh, that's what I was just talking about that. So the Five Eyes, which, when the way that they write it, just so you guys recognize it, it's FVEY. But no, I was never in intelligence, no, right? Okay, so Google, DNC rigging superdelegates, funding, voter rolls, agreement, BS. I almost want to think bullshit, but that's not the case. That's got to be agreement, BS. I got to come back to that. Anyone, like I said, that's why I have you guys here. There's a lot of amazing Q researchers in here. So just feel free, especially when I miss something, just fill it in. So BS. I was thinking of the Tarmac meeting with Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch, but that can't be it. It's not BS. Or maybe they're just saying it's BS. I don't think so, but election, voter fraud, CIA, DNI, FBI, DOJ, Secretary of State, President. All right. Now, that's not talking about the current. All right. That's talking about the old one. CIA, Brennan, DNI, Coates, FBI, Comey, DOJ, what was his name? Attorney General, the black guy. Oh, Lynch. The black woman, I mean. Loretta Lynch. Secretary of State. Well, Clinton, the first half. And the second half, wait, Secretary of State after Clinton was... I can't get it. Write it in. I know you guys know that. It'll come to me in a second. President, obviously, Obama. More than you can imagine regarding Hillary Rodham Clinton insurance win. Why? Cover? Remainder illegal acts? Confused? Special counsel targeting who? Special counsel on team? Special counsel off team? Questions reveal answers. Time will tell. That's actually one of my favorite sayings. And that's all I should have said when I was asked a question earlier. Time will tell. That's all I should have said. That's why my mods are always right. That's all I should have said. Time will tell. All right. CM. By the way, that's Code Monkey. Brilliant guy. Knows how to set these boards up. Have them so that they can't be hacked. They run regular security tests. This guy's the real deal Holyfield. And that was the message I got. Code Monkey has the board set up. She will be posting very, very soon. And I just wanted to give you that message. And, I just didn't understand why me, But afterwards, when I tried to reach him, I couldn't get in touch with him. But it seems like he wanted to give that information to a small channel that maybe they've been paying attention to, and they know that, like I had the clearance, despite what some may think. I mean, I can prove it anytime I want. But it's not exactly smart to be putting that type of stuff on the internet, but it doesn't matter. I can do a redacted one. And also tracking things I say, and it turns out I'm an honest man, and whatever. I don't have to say that about, I'll let other people say that about me, but I just took it as a it just felt good that they came to me, of everyone. I mean, it's just like, it almost sounds like crazy, you know what I mean? To actually think, oh yeah, everyone with the Q, they came to me. But they did. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind. And then we broke the Baghdadi first and all this stuff. And I'm not bragging at all. This is more a testament to my sources, my audience, my mods. That's who it's a testament to. I wouldn't be anything without those people. Pick uploads not secure, functional. Oh, platform not fully functional, stable. Pick uploads not secure, functional. Suggest update delay to prevent identification, recheck, listen to this, guys. Trip, trip means a trip code. Like, for instance, his trip code here was just all zeros. I mean, I'm sorry. His trip code was the, you see the MG7V, like right next to the Q, the little code. That's his trip code. Wait, do I have that right? Oh my God. Yes. So that's the trip code. Read trip code update, failure until platform stabilized. So it looks like at that point, Code Monkey, oh yeah, see, here's Code Monkey, CM, so yeah, that's who it was. There is a scheduled salt rotation for this coming Monday at 8 p.m. This is a routine procedure. When it happens, bans are reset, post histories start fresh, and secure trip codes change. So they're really, really stressing this trip code reset, and we're gonna get to that. And we're gonna get to it quick. All right, now we're gonna start moving here. Publicly known, think non-public. Access granted. Just take a quick peek. Serious flaw found in secure email tech. Which is a widely used method of encrypting emails, has been found to suffer from a serious vulnerability. Pretty Good Virus is a data encryption method sometimes added to programs that send and receive emails. Details about the vulnerabilities were released by the Süddeutsche Zeitung newspaper, obviously German, prior to a scheduled embargo. So previously, the EFF had advised immediately to save an email tools automatically decrypted PGP. The problem had been investigated by at Munster University. Anyway, so the big thing, PGP says serious flaw found in secure email tech. Well, I don't like to hear that. And this, by the way, he was writing that in reference to this. Patriots Fight was taken down and cleared of content just prior to platform term. Specific reason: national security charter prevents use of keys to establish identification via public utility domain, non-regulated. Formation of clean board possible to lock in trip, meaning the trip codes, which is exactly what he did. Issues with safeguards. So they want to make sure that, because the most important thing, obviously, is security. If, the deep state, who have people who are very capable, obviously, I mean, people who could be ex-CIA, they could be, these amazing hackers, they get in. If there's any weak spots in their armor, as far as what they're doing. As far as if somebody could get his trip code and stop posting as him, that would ruin everything. And as we get closer to the current date, you are going to see how, I can think of one main reason that it would definitely upset the whole, even just one mistake would upset it all. But that's not, you would think, well, what if he just makes a mistake? I used to think that too. But knowing what I found out today, you got to remember, this is a military operation. So I'm not worried about that happening. And after it, also after, let me see. What just happened here? Okay. Future trips. Listen to this. Future trip. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. The Great Awakening. Where we go one, we go all. I'm telling you guys, stick with me, because it's about to get very interesting. QAnon meeting at Tampere, Finland. November 23rd, 2019. Look at them all. Handle with care. Handle with care. You are the news now. Look at these. Look at these are a lot of the sayings. And the reason that they do stuff like this is the AI that they use has trouble detecting memes. So it can easily detect my words and censor me, which right now already I demonetized as soon as I started this. That's just, I'm used to that, but especially on this video. Sheep no more. In fact, I'm putting my channel at huge risk doing this video. And I'm not just saying that, and you will see exactly why. And again, there's been about 6-7 things I said, and you're gonna see soon, and you're gonna see, and that's because you are gonna see all those things that I have said so far. You are the news now, the Great Awakening. So all these things are true. Where we go one, we go all. I keep because he always uses Twitter. Okay. Now, I really want you guys to pay attention right here. My mistake was this stuff started to seem a little bit like, not this, but at a certain point, I just thought it was like a routine thing when it was actually one of the most important things. So I want you guys to pay attention. All right. So, anyways, it says 1600. So let's go to 1600.
We are joined right now. It is our great pleasure to welcome the President of the United States, Donald Trump, calling in. Mr. Trump, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good.
All right. This is in 1600.
Hey, are you tired of the media spinning the truth and pushing false narratives upon you?
Yeah.
Well, take a look at this.
All right.
I said, turn off the television. That's what he said.
Right.
Now, with all of that, of course you have to look at corruption. Are we going to be sending massive amounts of money to a country and they're corrupt and they steal the money and it goes into everybody's bank account? So you have to look at that. And I will tell you this about Joe Biden. I never said it specifically on him, but I watched Joe Biden with the prosecutor, who a lot of people said was a great prosecutor, and they took him off. And he was prosecuting that company. And the kid who never made 10 cents in his life and all of a sudden is making millions of dollars the day he... I mean, you tell me, this is a guy who got thrown out of the Navy dishonorably. He gets thrown out of the Navy shortly thereafter and made no money. Went through, made no money.
But Mr. President,
then all of a sudden his father becomes VP, and he's making millions and millions of dollars, not only from there, but from China.
So, Mr. President, the accusation is this, that you're using aid, taxpayer dollars.
And you can see Q made sure to reference that. And the way it always goes is Q says it first, Trump confirms. If it was the other way around, that's not exactly verifying anything. If Trump says it first and then Q goes and says something that, kind of applies to what Trump said, Anyone could do that. The proofs are when Q says it first and then Trump says it. Or Trump, just in some way there's a connection, but the first chain in the link has to be Q and then Trump. That's not saying that that's what's happening here. He was just pointing out what Trump was saying right there. That needed to be known. The guy kept trying to interrupt him. Normally, the president is pretty respectful, especially with Fox and friends. He would have, let the guy talk. But it seems like he knew, hey, no, I have a specific message that I have to get out here, He was not going to stop talking until he finished exactly what he had to say. And that was for a reason. So, and to remind what he said, are we going to be sending massive amounts of money that simply goes into other people's personal bank accounts? Keyword. And by the way, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with this stuff, I'll kind of give you some 101 stuff. If it's in brackets, all right, that means it's very important or it's a target. It's kind of obvious, but just so you know, and it's called a kill box. So people's personal, that's what you want to focus on, bank accounts or bank account or plural, theft, another kill box, POTUS, that's who said that. So that's what he said. And, when he was saying all that, when the guy was trying to interrupt him, and he made sure to get that message out because this is all planned. This is all pre-planned. There has never been a chance of them stopping this. And I came to that realization today. And you're going to see why. That's the 8th time I said it. But let's just continue. Who audits where foreign aid actually goes? Does anyone know? Nobody. Foreign aid to country X. I mean, in this case, it was Ukraine, but any country in this situation, or any situation. Then to personal bank accounts in the kill box, plus U.S. persons involved. Because it's not going to happen unless some politician or, someone with power in the U.S., some businessman, probably both. It'll probably be some men with some power, some deep state type people, some old bloodlines that, those types of people. Doing business overseas, dual citizenship type people, if you know what I'm saying, and also politicians. And they are also going to get they're involved, and it's probably also going to go to their bank accounts as well. But for what he's talking about here, think Iran, think Paris Accord attempt. Now, do you guys know how many things were bad about that Paris Accord? The Paris Accord, Paris Accord for the climate change, the things that will hurt us most and that can be most devastating to us are always named these things that sound like good things. The Patriot Act, one of the worst things that ever happened to this country. The Paris Climate Accord, it sounds nice, like, save the world, and, and everybody cares about the environment. We all breathe the air. But it wasn't about that. It was about a transfer of wealth, which has been happening. It was happening under Obama. It was happening even under Bush. But in a different way. It was more so kind of like a lame duck president. But with Obama, it seems like it was more like a intentional globalization. And then you get the EU, the UN getting more power. These are not good things. These are not good things for Americans. These are not good things for anybody. The world is a better place when America is strong, not when the UN is strong, not when, the EU is strong. That's not the way that things should be. The whole globalization thing is a dream. It's a fake. It's a nightmare, to be honest with you. That it's they're trying to sell you magic beans. Okay, so I'll just give you one instance, and I want to move on. China in the Paris Climate Accord is considered an underdeveloped nation, despite their economy growing at such a rate over these past 10 years or until Trump became president. So, before Trump was president, the past 10 years before him, even longer than that, 20 years, but especially accelerated in that last 10, they were considered an underdeveloped nation that needed time to catch up. So guess what? They didn't have to adhere to the agreement until 2030. How crazy is that? And in China, they're like the number one polluters. China, India. So a lot of countries like China would be considered underdeveloped. And what we would have to do is change our whole system to where we're paying all kinds of money. And then we'd have to compensate them and help them get up to speed. Basically, stripping us of our wealth, giving our wealth to all the other countries so they can catch up. Even a country like China. And they can still use all the environmental, non-friendly things like fossil fuels, all that. They're doing it all. They can do whatever they want. Till 2030. And by then they'll be so powerful and we'll be so weak they can rip up the deal. And that would have been the worst thing. But thank God we finally have a president that cares about the people. Why do you think they go after him so hard? Think about it. Why do you think they go after Q so hard? If it's just a lop, if it's just this fake thing, why do they go after it so hard? Have you guys been paying attention this week? Well, don't worry. If you haven't, we're going to touch on some stuff. And it's extremely relevant to what you're on right now. Yeah, YouTube. I don't know if anyone saw that 60 Minutes interview. Pretty interesting. So he continues here. Think Iran, think Paris Climate Accord, attempt, think all. Corrupt system. Do you think GS, meaning George Soros, is spending his own money regarding the push of radical viewpoint adoption? U.S. taxpayer payments and the kill box aid directly/indirectly into George Soros's own organizations. Because that's the thing. When we want to give aid, what do you think? We can't just go around to the hoods and hand out money. We have to give it to certain organizations. Except, when you have people that are giving out so much, there's so much globalization going on. There's people like George Soros who owns every little thing. And, if you look up his Wikipedia, he goes down as this philanthropist that cares so much about people, but really he's the worst type of person. That's why I always say never donate to a very large charity. And that, some people might not like me saying that, but that's how I feel. Donate to a local honest, where you can go meet them, and they're actually like doing things. They're helping homeless, they're helping veterans, that whatever the cause is, these big, they're already getting enough money from the government. Our government's just throwing money around the world. At least now we're actually looking at where that money's going. Because it was ending up that a lot of that money was ending up in George Soros's pocket. He has all these media companies, all these fundraising companies, all these supposed, companies to help people. It's all BS. Think about all of these. Even I remember the Boston Marathon. They said, if you guys want to help, the way to really help is you need to go to, it was something like Boston One or something like that. Something turned out it was totally corrupt. They stole all the money. All right, this is a recurring theme. U.S. taxpayer payments, aid, because, when our government gives out money, that's just our tax money. Oh, I already read that part. His organizations. Reread drops on foreign aid. So you know what? We'll do that later. So you see that right above here where it says type to filter? I can put in any little word I want. This is the beauty of it. I can put any word I want. It'll show me everything when he said that. And it helps with kind of, connecting the dots. And for this one, it says, listen carefully. Returning power to the people. Draining the swamp. POTUS is fighting. Oh, you know what? That's his famous, it's a famous speech. You know what? We'll actually end on that. But anyways, returning power to the people. Draining the swamp. POTUS is fighting for you. It's been a long time since we've had a non-corrupt POTUS who cares for the people and not himself. I actually just said that. I didn't know I was going to say that. Seriously. That's kind of weird. Now check this out. It's going to be biblical. The Great Awakening. I almost made that the story, the name, the title of this. But, okay, so here's Giuliani, who I must say, on Twitter lately, he has become increasingly confident, I would say. Some people would say almost over, he's always kind of, been the type to have things kind of figured out in the background, and he walked with a big stick, but he kind of plays it down. So here's what he put, and here's what Q was referencing. I discovered a pattern of corruption that the Washington press covered up for years. I'm also going to bring out a massive pay-for-play scheme under the Obama administration that will devastate the Democratic Party. Do you honestly think I'm intimidated? And there's that 44 of them, or so. I'm only seeing 444 everywhere. Anyways, 44,000 retweets, 13,000 likes. See, you look at, it's so sad to see what the American people think. You know what I mean? Did Giuliani really believe the Russian conspiracy theories he got from his friends at Fraud Guarantee? You see? It's crazy. It reminds me of a smaller organization that, you guys might know. It's it's just all about, it's like the oldest trick in the book. You accuse them of what you're doing. It's like, it really is unbelievable. And you guys will see what I mean soon. I hate to keep saying that, but there's so much coming. I'm telling you, Okay. So let's check this out first, this little article. Or maybe just the headline. Oh no, wait, what's this? The United States Senate, November 15th. Via electronic transmission, the Honorable Ken A. Blanco. Dear Director Blanco. Portuguese, I believe. Could be Spanish, but... I'm thinking of a different name. No, that's Hispanic. The Senate Finance Committee and Homeland Security Governmental Affairs Committee are conducting an investigation into potentially improper actions by the Obama administration with respect to Burisma and Ukraine, as discussed in our office November 6, 2019. So you would think with all this circus going on, I'm going to continue, but with all the circus going on, the impeachment inquiry, although it's just an inquiry, right? It's just an inquiry, but most of the public don't think that. They think it's impeachment proceedings. I mean, that's what they want. And just by, it's like they always act like they have these aha moments. But in the end, there's nothing there. It's the same thing with the Mueller and all these stories that all go nowhere. It's the same story, just different day. They're just trying to do anything they can to try to get out of what's coming. And I got bad news for them. There's nothing they can do to get away from what's coming. Let me continue. As discussed, letter to the State Department, while then Vice President Biden was in office. Now, mind you, let me just remind you who this is from. This is from the Honorable, okay. Hold on. All right. So this is from Chuck Grassley. He's the chairman on finance. If you guys remember, he was also the chairman in the Kavanaugh hearings. And Ron Johnson, chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. All right, both senators. Everyone's focused on the House. The Senate is what's really important, just to be clear. All right. While then Vice President Biden was in office, his son Hunter worked for Burisma and would be paid as much as $50,000 per month. At the time, Burisma and its owner were under investigation by Ukraine and UK authorities. According to a report in 2016, then Vice President Biden threatened to withhold aid to Ukraine unless the Ukrainian prosecutor that was investigating Burisma was fired. When he eventually was, in addition, Burisma's consulting firm, Blue Star Strategies, used Hunter Biden's board membership to gain access to Obama administration officials at the State Department and potentially influence matters before government officials on behalf of Burisma. That's the whole reason why he's on the board, so that if they do get busted, they get out. The committees have jurisdiction over the taxpayer-funded operations of the State Department and the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN. To assist the committees in the examination of these matters, we are requesting a copy of all suspicious activity reports, SARs, and related documents that have been filed regarding the following individuals or entities: Hunter Biden, Devin Archer, Christopher Hines. Listen to some of these names. Now, guys, just so you know, it wasn't just Hunter Biden. You know who else was on the board? You recognize that name, Hines? The reason you recognize it, yeah, that's the same Hines. Yep, same elite Hines family. And Christopher Hines' mother married to John Kerry. So this is John Kerry's stepson. who along with, so John Kerry's stepson is on the board as well. Okay? So, remember earlier I was thinking, oh wait, after Clinton, the Secretary of State, right? It was Kerry. So not only, so you got Obama. Now, he needs to stay out of it because he's the president. I mean, obviously, right? I mean, that he needs to. It's just that would be. I mean, they're not stupid. They're not that stupid. They are kind of stupid. They're not that stupid. But think about who's on the board of this corrupt company. The vice president at the time, his son, who, by the way, was a junkie. All right, he's a big time drug addict, having problems with drugs. Yet he's being given $50,000 a month. There was another deal that was done through China, where they got 1.5 billion. He got 1.5 billion. A drug addict, but his father's the vice president. Also on there, not that he needed any more money. He already comes from an elite family. Christopher Hines. Well, his mommy, who was born with forget about a silver spoon. She was born with I was trying to think of a joke, but I mean, literally one of the richest families you could possibly, you know what I mean? He was born with like a antique spoon from King Arthur's table in his mouth. Like, that's how rich these people are. Is married to John Kerry, who at the time is the Secretary of State. Nothing to see here, folks. Oh, and that's not it. There's a third son on here. And those of you from Boston will know. We all know our good buddy over here in Boston, the Rat himself. Although he did keep Boston kind of safe from drugs. After he died, we got flooded with him. But, after he lost power, I should say. When he died, he happened to be right in Biden's territory. And word is, Biden had him taken out. And now I know why. His godson and nephew was the third one on the board. And if you don't know, Whitey Bulger's brother, Billy Bulger, he was the president of UMass. He was a state senator. It was like, one was the most corrupt, he could have had that life, but he liked being mobbed up and killing people. He liked that lifestyle. Whereas his brother went a totally different way. But he was still dirty as hell. He just put on a suit instead of a leather jacket. Basically, that's the only difference. He didn't do the murders himself. He asked his brother to find someone to do it. Anyways, his son was the third one on the board. Nothing to see here, though, folks. We all need none of that matters. Who cares? It's just the vice president, secretary of state, and, I don't know, Whitey Bulger's son. And the father, and the brother wasn't, it was the brother that happens to be a state senator. And, now then he went into the private industry. This guy, he's the real power. All right? You guys have no idea. I think a lot of you do have an idea, actually. But yeah, you know what? All that the media focuses on, and all these sheep and all that they're focusing on, well, they're going to wake up soon. But you know what they're all focusing on? This BS thing that they think is a friggin' hearing, and it's really just an inquiry. It's not proceedings. It's just an inquiry. And it's literally a song and dance, a BS show put on by Shifty Schiff, the same guy who said, I have 100% undeniable evidence that Trump was a spy for Russia. He said that. And everyone forgets it. It's just on to the next friggin' crazy thing to just distract everybody. Meanwhile, no one cares that the vice president, the secretary of state, while they're in office, their sons are on literally the most corrupt businesses board, along with Whitey Bulger's godson and nephew, whose father happens to be also an extremely powerful man. President of University of Massachusetts, state senator. You know, like we're talking one of the most powerful people there are. And not only is it the Secretary of State, but it's John friggin' Kerry. I mean, Massachusetts is all over this. And he's married to, yes, Hines. And yes, that family, the Hines family, yes. Look up how much money they're worth. Anyways, let's continue. Karen Tramontano, Sally Painter, Burisma Holdings, Rosemont Seneca Partners, Rosemont Seneca Bohai LLC, Rosemont Capital, Bohai Harvest RST, and Blue Star Strategies. The Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs is authorized by Rule blah, blah, blah. The standard rules of the Senate to investigate the efficiency, economy, and effectiveness of all agencies and departments of the government. Additionally, the 115 contracts authorize the committee to examine the efficiency and economy of all branches and the functions of government with particular references to the effectiveness of press, national security methods, staffing, and process. Please provide these documents no later than December 5th, 2019. You guys remember? Now, for those of you Q people, remember D5? I found that interesting. Thank you for your prompt attention. Should you have any questions, please contact Joshua Flynn Brown of Chairman Grassley's staff and Brian Downey or Scott Whitman of Chairman Johnson's staff. But let's all focus on, because we all know how the president talks like a New Yorker, even like a person from Boston. Hey, listen, do me a favor. Look into this. You got to look into this. You know, and that's what they're all focused on. Meanwhile, everything they have accused him of actually happened with them. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. And right here, so under there, hunter become the hunted. Now, for those of you who don't know, if you haven't followed Q for a while, this is something that Q has been saying for 2 years. Over 2 years. What's that tell you? This is a planned, precision military operation. Senate was the target, which was also something he was talking about all the time before the midterms. Now he always throws a couple head fakes, because just as much as we're reading this and we can figure things out, and at the time we thought there was a lot of them where we're sitting there, we're trying to crack it. It's almost comical now, because he kept on reminding us future proves past. A lot of the stuff that we were looking at, we're trying to break it. Well, it was impossible to break, because it wasn't meant for right then. It was meant for a year from then. It was meant for, like, you know, there's stuff that is coming out now where all of a sudden everyone's realizing all the stuff coming out now was said a year ago, 9 months ago, 2 years ago. And and he always keeps on saying, future proves past. And then he would also say, you have it all. That doesn't mean you understand it all. because the show's not over. But it's going to be. We're getting there. It was the calm before the storm at the beginning. Then people started getting involved. Then there were enough Q proofs that people started believing it. Then the MSM realized it's legit because they could see, they know their own guilt. And when they see certain things, they realize, oh, this is a legit military operation. We need to protect ourselves. Thank God we got the media in our back pocket. And it seemed like they were doing a pretty good job at, fooling the American people. It almost even seemed like they won the midterms. But the House was never in the interest of the president, the Q team. That was never the goal. It's all about the Senate. They can't impeach him. They can't impeach him as long as the Republican holds the Senate at the especially with the margin they do. There's no way. Do you know how many Republicans would have to flip? There's no way they can impeach him. There's no way they can do a lot of things. There's a huge difference between the House and the Senate. The Senate has always been the target, and as he just said, and the Senate has always been what they were after. That's where they focused all their efforts. Now, you want to win as many seats as possible. That doesn't mean like they lost the House on purpose, but they wanted to, the number one thing was to make sure that they retained the Senate, which they did. Doesn't mean that they didn't want to get as many House seats as well, but the most important thing was to retain that Senate. All right. Targeted and silenced. Gag. Like in the UK, they do them a lot. Gag orders. For a reason? Question mark. Pain coming. Let's see what this is. Oh, General Flynn. Yeah, they did. And look at this. Now, this only about 2.5 to 3 years ago, like even like during the election, this was considered like you should go to a mental hospital because you are out of your friggin' mind when people would talk about this stuff. I knew it was real. Spirit cooking. When I ever seen Marina Abramovich spell out how to do it, I could tell she knew what she was doing. And I'm not going to explain how to do it, but it involves a lot of body fluids and a golem and all kind. It's crazy. And there's a lot more to it. It also, one of the things that they do and the way that they're able to kind of get what they need is through human trafficking, which we have learned over time. I'll just tell you guys straight up. The Y, there's like a letter Y. It's an owl head, owl Y. The owl, Moloch. A lot of times, actually most of the times it seems, it's talking about human trafficking. In particular, children. Now, yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. This is General Flynn. Yes, that General Flynn. He was supposed to be the National Security Advisor. One of the most powerful men in the world. General Flynn. And a true patriot. Now, when you have the law and a judge, making it so that you can't talk because you have all this going on, they hemmed him up in court so that he couldn't reveal certain things that he knew. And he was innocent, but he had to play ball. Here's where he goes. Retweet. Hashtag spirit cooking. With Nevery Hillary. Y. Remind yourself that Y represents human trafficking, in particular, child trafficking. And but like it's like on a satanic nature. Hashtag drain the swamp. NYPD ready to make arrests in Weiner case. And then there's some kind of picture there via Breitbart News. So here we have Hillary Clinton, almost like, I don't know, like demonically in control or something. I don't even know what they're trying to show by that picture. But that's her aide that I don't know if you... Actually, I saw you guys talking about exactly this in the chat the other night, even though I wasn't talking about it at all. And I don't mind you guys talking about it. It's just funny that you were, because I was just about to say it. I don't know if you guys saw their little video that made it onto the dark web and was then removed. It's sick. It's like, if you watch it, you'll be disturbed the rest of your life. And then there's her husband, Weiner. And we all know about him. So, look at this. I want to see a date on this. So this is from the 4th of November. But then again, that ain't that long ago when you're thinking of the dates that are coming up. Eric Prince, NYPD ready to make arrests in Anthony Weiner case. And by the way, Anthony Weiner, his laptop was a huge piece of this puzzle. I know that for a fact. And it turns out, not only was he doing his thing with all his, underage girls, sending them pictures of himself and, his private parts and like the pedo that he is, little girls, he has an attractive wife, but it seems like she's more into some very, very weird stuff. It's beyond sexual. Let's just say that. If any of you guys want to talk about it in chat, that's fine. I have to be a little bit more careful than that. And I'll explain why. I've never been the type to really be careful at all. I don't censor myself. But with what I know is coming, yeah, I gotta be a little bit careful at least. It might be too late, but we'll see. I might be a goner, but don't worry, there'll be a backup channel. We'll talk about that later. We're talking about this now. All right, so Blackwater founder and former Navy SEAL Eric Prince. So this is a Navy SEAL we're talking about, and you guys ever heard of Blackwater? Yeah, he's the founder. Told Breitbart News Daily on Sirius XM that according to one of his well-placed sources in the New York Police Department. Oh, and by the way, this must be, and this is November 2016. You know why they're bringing this up? A bunch of New York City police officers, detectives in particular, who were working on this case, all end up Arkancided, suicided, mysterious deaths. All right? I think that's the point of pointing this out. So you know what? I'm starting to understand why. So now Q was pointing to this. So when did hold on. Okay, so the Flynn actually tweeted this way back in 2016. Okay? Now I'm really good. I forget what did Q say about that? This is interesting. targeted and silenced for a reason. Pain coming. See, obviously, with him being that open, saying stuff like that, I mean, think about it. It was very shortly thereafter that all of a sudden, legit, the most BS charges I've ever heard of in my life came down upon him. And they put him in a position where, in order, he had to protect his son. They really played a dirty trick on him and put him in a position where, hey, if you don't shut up, then, you know, we're going to take your son down. And they set up his son. And, you know, being a good man, and he's also a patriot, you know, he's still, he's still been down for the cause. He's shown up at some Q meetings. I mean, you'd think a general of that stature would fall for a conspiracy theory by some lop? And you guys think this stuff's fake? We haven't even gotten anywhere yet. So far, we're just, like, reviewing. Alright? Let's just keep going. Stick with me here, guys. I know it's getting late. Stick with me. It's about to get crazy. And now, remember we were talking about how they have to verify the trip codes? Future trip re-verify. Not just verify. Oh, well, that actually, I think that means, like, they're saying regarding verifying. To verify the future trip code. Notebook, pen, watch, desk. Anon interaction coming soon. Because at this point, because of that guy who shot up the place, even though there's definitely more of that story, because I'll tell you, anyone that's a serious guy on the boards understands that that does nothing but hurt the movement. You know what I mean? Like, that's stupid. You know, he should never do something like that in the first place. And to write your friggin' your manifesto on the 8chan board before you do it. Yeah, that's somebody trying to do damage to the movement, not support it. That's for sure. Anyways, we stand united. Where we go one, we go all. National Security P upload 1.v1. And here it says, restart. Loves Q. And now, when they put restart, you know who they're referring to. It's kind of like they're making fun of her. Remember Hillary Clinton with a stupid friggin' restart button? Yeah. Loves Q. And I actually, you know what? Maybe he really is just saying restart. Because I just realized this isn't Ukraine. This is Iran. Loves Q. Thanks Q. Restart will make Iran great again. Hashtag QAnon. Hashtag restart opposition. Make America great again. Make Iran great again. Together we are strong. It's very interesting, right? And by the way, guys, just so you know, when it comes to these posts, let me just say this now before we go any further. Now, we have the trip code top left, right? Then you have the number of the post. If you hit that, usually you'll be able to go to a board where a bunch of people are doing research, and it's, you know, that's where you really get your eyes opened. But if you know what you're doing, like, for instance, this JPG for the picture, right? All those numbers before it, a lot of times what you want to do is copy and paste just those numbers. And something might pop up, and it might be amazing. That happens a lot. When you see a lot of numbers, and you want to pay attention to the names of the pictures. You also, very important, you want to look at the times. You want to look at it's all about the numbers. Especially, it's usually the time that they use. Always look at the time because it's relevant in a lot of situations. Anyways, with that said, so I'm trying to say, these posts, it's more about just what it says and then Q and the picture. Now, there's so much more going on, you know. And other things, actually, like, you would take certain ones, and I'm telling you, this is so organized. It's amazing. I mean, the type of people who have figured out like how to connect all these different posts, they call them autists, because just like someone who's autistic is just like so brilliant. It's like in these particular areas, and they just like perfectionists, and just it's amazing how it's literally like a perfectionist in what they're interested in. It's like that with Q. And that's why they refer to themselves as artists. Now here's another one. This we stand united, where we go one, we go all. National security, P upload 2.v1. This one says Q Great Awakening. Obviously Asia. Oh, that's South Korea. I see a South Korean flag in the background. So that's South Korea. This is a worldwide, this is a global movement. Like I said before, a global tipping point. And read this. The agency's posture, oh man, I didn't mean to hit it. The agency's posture toward the media is basically defensive. And I can show you guys where I got this from. The agency's posture toward the media is basically defensive, reactive, and tongue-tied. What we say is no comment. That disclosure was wrong and outrageous. Next, we wring our hands, send emissaries out to brief key people in the administration and Congress, and correct the record. Then, hunker back, awaiting the next blow. Maybe it's time for an offense as well as a defense, in an attempt to get things in better balance. Here are some personal thoughts as to do's and don'ts on this score. All portions are classified secret. Now, this was once a secret document, and that's how it would be. It has the heading. If it was top secret, it would say TS. If it was like, TS/SCI, or depending on depending on what it is, or it could be confidential, or, it could be for your eyes only, and then it's all need to know as well. But I actually have this whole document. And don't worry, guys, don't worry about me. It was just recently declassified, the whole thing. Here it is. Actually, wait, hold on. That might be actually something else. So I'll make sure I'm doing the right thing. I don't want to pull up the wrong thing. Let me just make sure. Okay, you know what? There's two documents, so alright. We'll pull it up after. But anyways, he goes through these do's and don'ts. Do this and don't do this. And, he's basically trying to help the CIA. Get away from some of their older tactics. And, and there's a lot of you guys out there who no matter what you guys are saying right now and thinking is, this is all fake. It's all a psyop, and it's a lop. It's a joke. Well, if that was the case, why is it that every single news organization, whether they be on TV, magazine, newspaper, online publications, You name it. They've talked about Q, and like once you know about Q, and then when you see them debunk it, that might be that's actually probably the biggest Q proof that I can think of. Because when they describe it, they never go into the posts. They never go into some of the reasons why so many people, and not just like anyone, like very intelligent people. We're talking doctors, lawyers, you know what I mean? But they're anonymous. I mean, you also have a faction of people who, just love a good conspiracy theory, They love Mandela effects and things like that, type of BS. They think the earth is flat as well. Those type of people. Those people are there too. But there's also a lot of very intelligent people, and, the type of people that are in my audience, to be honest with you. And just think about it. Why would they have such a coordinated attack if this wasn't all real? Why? And despite this looking as bad as it is, wait until what I'm about to tell you in another couple posts. So let's just go through a few of these. Just security. Trump's encouraging QAnon may result in violence. Just ask the FBI. All different languages as well. Che cose che non la spaventosa teoria, that must mean conspiracy theory, del complotto. Oh, that actually the something theory, of conspiracy theory, yeah. QAnon. What does QAnon mean? QAnon is the name of a conspiracy theorists who follow a mysterious leader named Q. I mean, if these people were really journalists, I don't know. Maybe I should go and try to be a journalist, because I'm telling you right now, I could study Q for 10 minutes and get a better grasp than what they're doing. But these people aren't that stupid. They're misrepresenting it on purpose. And the reason that they can even get away with that in America is because of something that I mention a lot, but it's because I think it's really damaged this country and put us in a bad spot, is the Smith-Mundt Act, and making it so that propaganda, the ban on propaganda was lifted. Yep, and Obama made sure he did that, didn't he? Which, by the way, I didn't notice until recently. If I remember correctly, he actually did it right around the time of the Boston Marathon bombing, which is crazy. That's what they do. That's why when there's big news, I'm telling you, look. You gotta look. You gotta really look in every corner of the internet, because you're gonna find something big. There's something big going on. Look at everything. Go on Twitter. Just search. Just you don't know what you're looking for, but you know that something's going on. When there's something just huge going on. Now, that doesn't necessarily always mean that they caused what was huge. Yes, sometimes, yes, they do. An FF, yes, those are real. Now, some of the, where kids go to learn, those types of FFs, a lot of those I think people took out of context. But the thing is, they never waste a good tragedy. I mean, I don't mean to say good, but that's how they look at it. Never waste a tragedy. And then in other situations, create the tragedy, offer the solution, and at the same time, pass a couple laws and, do some of your dirt real quick while everyone's focusing their thoughts and prayers in a different direction. All right. Examples of QAnon. Let's see. I would love to hear this. Also, we open up a discussion about Q and why the anger and vitriol by liberals, as the man mentioned, if it really is the fake conspiracy they claim. Oh, interesting. It's actually almost honest. I was probably in Washington in my entire life 17 times. True. 17 times. I don't think I stayed overnight. You know what I'm getting at, right? Hashtag QAnon. Obviously, I don't understand why this stuff's significant. Here's another word to add to your mute list. QAnon. Wow. Where does QAnon come from? QAnon is thought to have started sometime. Thought to have started. They know exactly when it started. It's a Q board that you can go right now. I can go down to the first post and there's a date on it. It wasn't thought to have started. It started on a specific day. I can even tell you the time. I'm telling you, this isn't bad journalism. This is purposeful, like making it sound as ridiculous as possible. Trying to make us look stupid. That's why I do my best to, when I say something, I back it up with fact. I always have. And when I say opinion, I let you guys know it's opinion. But usually it's an educated opinion. It's based on something. Whether it be a source, whether it be connecting some dots, whether it be just, seeing enough intel where I kind of know, I kind of seen this game before. You know what I'm saying? And I am so confident in this stuff. There's a reason for it. So for people who don't believe it, that's fine. Because guess what? You don't have to wait long to figure out how real it is. All right. So it's thought to have started sometime in 2017. That's when clues began appearing online, allegedly released by a high-ranking federal government official. All right, first of all, that's never said. That's a totally false statement. And they're all mentioning Q as a person. And sometimes I mention Q as like a singular person. It's just like a habit. It's easy to do. Q is obviously a group. Actually, he has said as much. It's a group. I forget how many. Is a certain amount of military and a certain amount of non-military. One that's in charge, and that's Q plus. There's a lot of theories about who Q plus is, and everywhere from the president to even General Flynn himself. I mean, some people think that. Some people think, who else have I heard? I definitely heard the president. I've even heard Pompeo. I mean, one that I think, all right, I used to think it was maybe the president, Q plus. And he would say, when you guys find out who you guys have been talking to, you're going to be shocked. So then, of course, people started thinking it was JFK Jr. Despite Q getting ahead of that and saying, Q as a team, getting ahead of that and saying, no, we are not JFK Jr. JFK Jr. died. No, sorry, that would be a crazy, cool story, but no, that's not true. And then, of course, their answer is, that's exactly what JFK Jr. would say. You know what I mean? It's like crazy. I don't think it's JFK Jr. No. I did think it was potentially President Trump. But the more I think about it, he needs to, he'll do certain things. When he's told, all right, Mr. President, tonight, we have to do this. You know what I mean? Because as far as like the post and everything, once I show you what I'm going to show you soon, you'll understand the precision. It's been kind of figured out how they do it. Actually, it was more revealed than figured out. And what it does require is the president to do his job. So he'll do things, he'll do gestures, he'll say certain words, and he's good at it. He's good at thinking on his feet, and he just kind of, wings things, and it makes it easy for him to get in the flow, and he makes sure to hit the points that he's supposed to hit. But I, for some reason, do not think Q plus is the president. I would not be surprised if it was former and NSA director Michael Admiral Rogers. I don't even want to call him Michael. It's Navy. And I would salute this man with such pride if I ever met him. He's the one that did so much to resist the corruption that's been going on in this country. And you think, what? Well, if he was the head of the NSA, then why didn't he? Certain things, there's nothing you can do. But I'm telling you, he wasn't fired. He left that position despite being extremely popular amongst the patriots, amongst, his own men, the NSA. He's like a legend. I think it's potentially Admiral Rogers. Admiral Rogers reportedly is a whistleblower as well that brought a lot of this to light. And the NSA, as we learned, right now, by the way, you guys, with the storm, I'm snowed in. Did you guys catch that? I'm snowed in. Well, when he released that information, think about it. All that information he released. I work in the NSA. And then he worked with a reporter, put out a bunch of information from the NSA. Before the NSA, he worked for the CIA. Once CIA, always CIA. Let's put it that way. And I hate if I hurt anyone's hopes and dreams, but that's the truth. If some of you guys didn't get that, hey, the chat, that's not monitored the way I am. So I know that a lot of you did. Feel free to spill the beans on it. Trump warm-up speaker utters QAnon slogan. They probably said, well, we'll go one, we go all. Les mouvements complotistes fan de Donald Trump. And it's all QQQ. Seth Rich, rest in peace. DNC, WikiLeaks. I mean, why would they go after him for the forgotten Christian terror cult that presaged Trump's memes? How a right-wing conspiracy blossomed in the pre-internet age. What? That's so bold. In the pre-internet age? Pre-internet? What? Who? I just want to know Republic is. New Republic. Okay. I'm not going to read every single one, but like, Patriot Soap Opera, the biggest conspiracy theory ever. Does Donald Trump really believe all those conspiracy theories? Depend what you may believe. HM found a site. Owners were in direct contact with and made site changes for Q, like making it sound like it's just some guy combating everyday falsehoods. The Guardian revealed the QAnon conspiracy. I mean, this is like, it's just unbelievable. And these aren't just like some like small, let's look at, like NBC News. Trump, QAnon, an impending judgment day. You know, I mean, Trump, QAnon, and an impending judgment day. Behind the Facebook-fueled rise of the Epoch Times. Wow. Facebook. Trump has never, I mean, the Q team has never had anything to do with Facebook. It's just pretty crazy. Sky News. QAnon, the far-right conspiracy movement gaining prominence in Donald Trump's America. It's America. That's it. It's just America. You know what I like right now? Could everyone don't put your city, don't put if you don't want to put your state, just put like the section of the country you're from. I just want to like prove a point. This is America. You know, like if everyone wants to put their state, I'll stop. Massachusetts. Literally, if we're not the most liberal, then California is. You know, California might be more liberal than Massachusetts. Okay. But right behind California, I say that we're right there. And I would say that we're third, right behind Oregon. You know? Anyways, I just want to show you guys this. And so did Q, of course. Emerson polling. This is actually right now where I live. This is where Amanda went to college. Oh, I should be careful. Oh, I'm an idiot. August national poll. Sanders closing gap with Biden. Mayor Pete fades. And then regarding QAnon, a far-right conspiracy theory derailing a supposed secret plot by an alleged deep state against you. So now QAnon, we are the deep state? We are the people against U.S. President. Oh, okay. They were saying it in the right context, that they're the deep state. Good. At least they got that right. Against U.S. President Donald Trump and his supporters, 5% of voters believe in QAnon, while 22% do not. 73% were unsure, had not heard of QAnon. 6% of both Democrat and Republicans say they are believers in QAnon, as compared to 2% of independents. Well, I guess I'm in the 2% because I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent. I don't even believe in a two-party system. I think we should have 10 people with 10 different types of ideas. You know, libertarian, Democrat, a different, like your Barack Obama type Democrat. Then you can have like your socialist type Democrat. Then you have like your like your Ron Paul type of Republican. Then you have like your extremely conservative, but in a different way, like a Mike Pence type of Republican. Then you have like a populist, like Trump, and have like 10 guys and women, and have them talk about their ideas, and not these short sound bites. But kind of like how Joe Rogan has these long, drawn-out conversations, you really get to know the person. Stuff like that, and you really get to know them. You really get to understand their ideas. You really get to you really get to see how they think on their feet. It's not like this battle to see who can get that zinger in and like the 2 seconds that they got and fight for like an extra 5 seconds. It's pathetic. We're picking the leader of the free world. There's got to be a better way to fucking advertise it. Excuse my language. I just get pissed off with how obviously wrong we're doing it. That's not the way that it was intended to be. Anyways, I mean, it limits our options. If both parties are corrupt, well, guess what? What is going on? If both parties are corrupt, Yeah, that's not good. And we screwed. Alright, guys, here we go. We're coming up on here. Alright, I just need to check on you guys. I just need to make sure you guys are, while that's loading, let me check in on you guys. Alright, am I here? Alright, good. I mean, we have 20 in here at least. I was hoping there'd be more. But you know what? Actually, you know what? For this time, actually, it's pretty good. On the East Coast, it's almost 4 in the morning. 20 people, that's good. That's very good. Let me just say hello to a couple people. But who knows? For all I know right now, it's mostly Matthew. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I ended up realizing that. Here we go on the candy bar smack. Oh, no, not candy bar. It was, you know the, like the caramel things? The caramel. Some people call them bullseyes. I love those. Gangsta Leon, how you doing? Dino, how you doing, bro? I just assume you're a male. No, I was, so you guys could hear me chomping that bad? Yeah, I was eating, you know these like caramel things? They have the, like the white in the middle and it's caramel. They call them bullseyes. I call them, I don't know what I call them, but they're called something else in the bag. 17 people in here. Yeah, the creamy stuff in the middle is the best part. They want to use a lot. Material is coming. Yeah. Talking about like Operation Bluebeam. It's a test to see who read their Bible. Education is the media. Arkansas. You know they're trying to have one more. Yes, we do. Panhandle. Hold on, I didn't say no, not cowtail. No, some people call it like bullseye. You guys ever seen one? Yeah, I got another one right here. I think. Do I? I had like a handful right here. They're very common. You know, it's like but they're wicked good. It's like my favorite type of candy. Is that what they're called? Cowtails? I never heard them called cowtails. I've heard them called bullseyes. And I've called them, like, I just call them, like, caramel creams. Anyways, all right, now we're down to 17. It feels like people don't want to see my face. All right, let's get right back to it, all right? Right back to it. Where is, okay, ready? Yeah, I mean they're awesome. I love them. Nope, that's me eating these. It was just like me chewing it and nom, 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 nom. Yeah, that was me. Let me see. Okay. Shoot, I didn't want to show you guys this yet. All right. Hey, you know what? I think it's very important that I just read this one post, and then I'll get back to where we were. This is very important. I think you did a good job with this. What happens when 90% of the media is controlled and owned by 6 corporations? Think about that. What happens when those same corporations are operated and controlled by a political ideology? What happens when the news is no longer free from bias? As we always talk about since the Smith-Munn Act. I mean, these are heavy, heavy questions that we need to really look at seriously if we give a half a shit about how our lives are going to be in the future and our kids' lives. Are we going to be the generation that ruins America because we are so ignorant that we just like let all this crap happen? What happens when the news is no longer free from bias, as I just said? What happens when the news is no longer reliable and independent? Well, one of the things that happen is people end up going to YouTube for news, which can be extremely dangerous as well. There's certain channels out there I find extremely dangerous. What happens when the news is no longer trustworthy? What happens when the news simply becomes an extension/arm of a political party? I mean, you don't separate your press from your one particular political party. That's. I mean, there is obvious, huge systemic problems in the answer to each and every one of these questions. Fact becomes fiction. Fiction becomes fact. That's exactly what I see happening. When does news become propaganda? I'd say when you lift the ban. When you tell people what they want to hear and not what they need to hear, which is, the truth. You tell them opinion instead of fact. And you cater to what they want to hear instead of what they need to hear, which is the actual news and the going-ons and that's important. Otherwise, how can you formulate a real opinion? I forget, a very smart man said this one time. The United States of America is always, I believe it was Jefferson, is always, or it might have been Adams, we are always only one generation from losing everything that us and our forefathers and our ancestors that we all fought for, that we all have sustained all these years. We're only one generation from losing it all. And with the internet and everyone walking around staring at their phones, and it's normal for the younger generation to be liberal. When I was young, I was extremely liberal. I remember I think it was Churchill said, if you're not a liberal when you're very young, then you have no heart. And if you're not more conservative when you start to get older, then you're an idiot. And I just love that quote. But, it's true. We're only, I think it was Jefferson, I believe it was Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson. This country at all times, we're only one generation away from losing it all. So it's very important that we do our job and set an example for the next generation. If we can stop what things that happen, the type of crap that's going on, the open Satanism, the using identity politics and using feelings and using all this crap and things that seem good and fuzzy and all that to make us weak and to give us just enough like help, not even like help where you need, but setting up almost a society of like just literally like a whole generation growing up relying on the government for everything instead of going out and working on things and trying to improve their lives and always take strides forward on their own. It's happening. We can all relate because it's real. It's happening all around us. That's what this is all about. And a bunch of great patriots got together and said, this ain't fucking happening. We're going to do something about it. And these men, they've been carrying out this plan for a long time. And a lot of people would jump ship. And they said, hey, I don't see no arrests. I don't see no indictments. And you know what? That's okay. Because not everyone is cut out for, you know, they just expect instant results. It doesn't work like that. Things take time. Justice is slow. You can't be simple-minded these days. Because if you are, oh, they're going to have you hook, line, and sinker. You got to be a critical thinker. You got to question things. Now, if you're questioning Q, at least you're questioning something. But if you're just questioning it blindly, then you're doing exactly what they want. If you go in and you Google QAnon conspiracy, what is it? I mean, you're feeding right into their hands. Really learn about it. Get involved. Even if for like a couple days. And see what you think for yourself. And you know what? I'm going to just actually start going, because the best way that I could do that is to start to get to the more recent stuff that I put a bunch of work into, breaking code, and also going around and seeing what other people got, comparing notes, and coming up with what I came up with. So when does news become propaganda? Identity creation. How does the average person, do you guys know what that, do you understand? Identity and creation. And I have a smart audience. It's just, really think about that. Identity creation. That's what they're doing. Everybody has the same opinions, the same thoughts, especially if they're like the same age. It's F Trump. Why? He's a racist and a Nazi. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Wait, but why? Because it's just like, it's borderline crazy. And like to see, for them not to be able to see right through the news and be able, actually, you know what? I think people are starting I think after the Mueller report, people really started to see through the news. You can see it in the numbers. But the damage is done. People are stubborn. I'm not saying you have to love Trump. I'm saying to love your country. Don't let these elite globalists take it from us. They've tried with the Paris Climate Accord. They've tried so many different ways. And they already have been taking it away from us, just so you know. It's just the final 8 years was going to be Hillary, and that would be it. We were going to be left with a shell of the military we had before, with all our uranium over in Russia, with all of our secrets over in China, all of our intellectual property also in China, all of our wealth spread out across the world. And trust me, as soon as they felt like we were weak enough, which wouldn't take that long, if you have people that are as corrupt as the people we've had lately, They'd take us right out. And they're not going to want to come into America. Like the Japanese said, there's a gun behind every blade of grass in America. So they'll probably use some type of bomb. You don't want that. And I'm not fear-mongering. It's just reality, folks. I never fear-monger. But I think about this stuff. How does the average person who is under constant financial stress, and by the way, that's not just you, and as it says here, in parentheses, by design, okay? When you get that alert on your phone, when you get that mail, when you get that, it's just a constant. As soon as you pay your bill, they're already sending you your next bill. And then they're sending you overdue, constant financial pressure. Even if you're well off, it's set up so that you're constantly like a hamster on the wheel just to keep your little bit of stuff. Like, makes you think. So, and that's by design. Find time to research and discern fact versus fiction. Majority of people are more prone to believe something in power sitting behind a big brand news name. Oh, I'm sorry, I said that kind of in a wrong tone. I said it wrong. Majority of people are more prone to believe something in power sitting behind a big brand news name. For instance, if CNN says it, it must be true, At least that's the way we used to think, right? A lot of people still do think like that. I have my mother come to me all the time. Oh, your boy's screwed. Oh, so what about your boy now? What about your boy now? Sounds like he's done. No, she has no idea what she's talking about. And it's sad. It's just, it's not just her. I'm not making fun of her. That's the majority of people. They just need to be woken up. And they will be. Most of them. Do people, and then inside the kill box, meaning like emphasizing this, human psyche, tend to follow the majority / mainstream viewpoint? I'd say yes. In fear of being isolated and or shunned? Well, I'll tell you, at the beginning with Trump, I loved him from the beginning. And I never would lie and say I like someone else, but I wasn't very vocal about it in Boston, because back then, if you were, I saw it happen in front of me all the time where I lived. I lived in literally the worst city you can live in the state at the time. We were just getting on our feet. It was our first apartment. Yeah, worse than anywhere in Boston. This place called Worcester. Second biggest city in New England. But the most ghetto. All abandoned buildings. Very bad place. And if you were a Trump supporter, it's like that's literally going out and screaming racial slurs. That's literally what that's like. So of course I wouldn't say it. So that's kind of a different situation, but those people, and I don't. When I say those people, I mean people in the ghetto. I don't mean anything about race, because there's a lot of white people. It's a real big. It's like a melting pot there. But they just they don't exactly have access to internet as much. They just kind of, all they got is the news. They're not even aware But people are becoming aware. They are. Since Trump became president, people are becoming aware. But we got to remember, we're talking pre-election, when it was like they really ramped it up. I mean, they thought they had it in the bag, but they ramped up the propaganda. Mainstream is used for a reason. Dominate trend in opinion. If majority of people believe X, then X must be validated / true. Why do mainstream media heads within different organizations always use the same keywords and or catchphrases? It's an existential threat. That's one of them. And then if I hear that, I'm like, oh, he's gonna talk about climate change, and it's gotten to the point. It's just like, it's lame. It's lame. I don't know. I mean, I do know, but it's a certain thing. I don't want to I don't know if it's a good tactic to kind of, okay. Coordinated. No, I'm sorry. Coordinated? By who? Outside entity providing instructions? Let me say that again. Outside entity providing instructions? Because this seems simple, but in order for this to work, a lot of people have to be in on it. And to mess with the human psyche, it makes them look stupid. And generally, some people maybe are kind of stupid. But generally, I don't think people are stupid. The people that I meet every day, they're not stupid. Some are, but most are not. Yet most fall for it. Why is that? And who is this entity providing instructions? I think you guys unfortunately know the answer to that. Do they count on the fact that human psyche are more prone to believe something if heard over and over again by different, quote, trusted sources? Do, quote, echo chamber tactics provide validation, credibility to the topic point being discussed? Yes, of course they do. If you see a bunch of shows, like let's pretend that 5G is harmless. I'm not saying it's not. I'm gonna say let's pretend. And you're a truther, and everywhere you go, you hear that 5G is so bad, this and that. They never really give you the actual science of it. They just talk about how bad it is, and they just kind of gloss over the real details and just kind of gloss over it. And then same thing like flat earth, that kind of stuff, right? Those are bad examples because, they're more outrageous as far as the public is concerned. But something as simple as Trump is, it's easy to pick on Trump. And, that's the one thing about Trump is he's a character and he has a past, and, it's easy to kind of target him. And they're going overtime on the targeting. But it's the type of stuff that made him that man in the past that makes him that man now, too. Now that he's found God and he's actually cares about people more so than ever, I really believe in that, man. It's the first president I know that's told me truths. you know? And people say, oh, when's the tweeting gonna start? Are we gonna hear about a war on a tweet? And like, you know, it's so easy to pick at things. And I mean, it's just so easy to, honestly, I could write some of their stuff. Like, it's so easy to like, kind of like mislead on purpose and all that crap. And I'm just a guy that doesn't even have a laptop yet. I mean, I always had a laptop, but you know, I just have a phone right now. But the thing is, I don't mislead, and people know when you're being honest with them. And people also know when you bullshitting them, or at least they figure it out after pretty quick. They're gonna figure it out. And people are starting to figure out who's been honest and who's been bullshitting this whole time. Just kicking the real issues down the road and continuing with the attacks. It's kind of like reminds me of something else. Yeah, that blew my mind. Outside entity providing instructions. Now that could mean anything. A lot of people probably thought UFO or Satan, right? That could also mean, I don't know, AI. You know, AI could basically like a god on earth. Lowercase g, God, but still. Especially if they find a way to, let's say, combine it with D-wave and quantum mechanics and quantum physics. And then you have an AI with the D-wave chip inside with quantum processing, and I mean, it's just, that would be amazing what that would be capable of. It's almost like, it's literally like unfathomable. We're talking, it would be in multiple dimensions at once and all-knowing. Which we all know, if you're a Christian, that's impossible. They'll be stopped before they get to that point. Just like they were stopped at the Tower of Babel before they got to a certain point, when they started messing with the creation. So the last one was, do echo chamber tactics provide validation? Yeah, okay. Threat to intellectual freedom? Absolutely. That's basically what I've been saying this whole time. Would control over these institutions / organizations allow for the mass control of a population's viewpoint regarding a desired topic? Of course it would. Read again, digest, and I suggest you guys do as well, afterwards or tomorrow. Read all those questions to yourself and answer them honestly in your heart, not from me reading them, because for some reason reading them out loud, it hits me even harder. I mean, I've read this a bunch of times. It's probably my 11th time reading it, and it hits me hard every time. I mean, that's just like, that's some real stuff, and it's well written. It really gets its point across. Alright, hold on 1 second. Let me just, oh yeah, guys. Armor of God. And by the way, the only reason I'm showing up real quick is just so I can change the orientation. And when I say orientation, I just mean, you'll see. I just mean this. From portrait Usually landscape is better when I screen share, but with this particular thing, it's better with the vertical. So I'm gonna do it this way. Oh, wrong button. All right. And by the way, guys, let me get this out of the way while we're waiting. Okay, so I ordered a computer. I already told you guys it's on the way in, and I'm gonna name it after the person who helped me. I'd like to thank them right now. I'm gonna name it the Kibo. All right. So thank you so much. I don't want to embarrass her. She sent me $100 once, and then she sent me $100. She sent me $100 like a while ago, and then she sent me another $100 a few weeks ago. As far as other donations, I haven't received any on the PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, and that's okay. That just means that, you know, this time of year, it's a tough time of year with the holidays. I get it, and Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas. I get it. It's a tough time, and I mean, what she donated, that's ridiculous. $100. I mean, I couldn't believe she did that. I don't expect anyone to donate money like that. That wasn't what I was talking about. But anyway, so I got the computer. I'm all set. You know, I'm just trying to get the rest of the equipment, the microphone, the stand for it, the chair, and the camera. And then also I'd like to get a green screen, but that would be last. No matter what, I'm gonna get it. I might just have to save and just get it over time, and I don't care. I'll just get it out of my pocket. But you know, I just want to let you guys know, any donations made, you will, receive the receipt, just like Kelly will. You know what I mean? And also, I match you dollar for dollar. And for instance, if you helped out, you could have the microphone named after you, or you could basically pick what you want to help out with, or it doesn't have to be a lot. If it's $5, you could say, hey, I want to contribute to, something that's, you have to think of something that's like $10. You know what I mean? Something like that. I'm just putting it out there. And if you want to donate, in the description, you'll see the PayPal account. I believe in this description is also the Venmo and the Cash App as well. And the same thing still stands. Any donations over $50, you also will be the first. Well, Kelly Keeble will be the first, but you'll be the second. Like, it'll be sent out. Kelly Keeble's one day, and then the second person, they get sent out your choice of one of 4 merchandise that brand new. I ordered them, Theredpillnews dispensary merchandise. I had someone, one person sent in a wicked cool logo they made up. I asked you guys if you guys can make a logo, and 3 people sent them in, and they were all amazing. And at first I thought nobody, but then they all came in, and one of them was amazing. So I went with that, and it's pretty cool. You can get a T-shirt. You can get a long sleeve. You can get a mug. And I think the other one's it's a hat. I think it's a hat. Yeah, like a hat. So it's a hat, a mug, a T-shirt, or a long sleeve. Your choice. So depending on where you live in the country, you know what I mean? You might want a T-shirt. If you live, let's say where I live, you might want the long sleeve. So that's up to you guys. If not, that's fine. And I do want to mention, there were 2 people who sent in super chats, $10 each, and you guys aren't forgotten, and I appreciate that so much. It's just, with the super chat, it's just gonna take a while. I've never gotten $1 from YouTube. That's partly my fault. I've been having trouble uploading all my information. I did my ID, I did my picture, I did my proof of address, and it's still, I just finished my proof of address, and they're still processing it. So I don't know. They still owe me since I first became monetized back in April. It might have even been March. That's when I first came monetized. Never received a check. I could show you guys on the next video. I'll show you guys how I never received. You know what I mean? It's just been adding up all the way through, and it's not as much as you think. You don't really make that much at all. Put it this way. So since March, so that's 3, and we're coming up as 12. So we're talking 9 months as a YouTuber. Wow, I can't believe I didn't do it that long. Well, it's probably been more like 8.5 months because it's the beginning of December. So let's say 8.5 months to be more accurate. And all that I'm owed, and this is including, like, I've gotten a few, like, $25 super chats. I've gotten 2 $10 super chats just recently. I've gotten other $10 super chats. And you know what it all adds up to? Including revenue. Although I don't get much ad revenue because they demonetize all my videos. $282. So yeah. That's where I'm at after 8.5 months. I mean, it's a good bit of change once I get it. That'll be good. $282. I mean, that'll do a lot. But that's 8.5 months of a whole lot of work and research. But I brought this up a few times the last few videos. This will be the last time I bring it up because you guys know that I don't like it. I don't like doing it. That's why I never did it before until just recently. I thought, hopefully I could, get enough money where I can get cheap deals on Cyber Monday. And it never happened, Kelly helped me out. But other than that, I didn't get much help. But I also, at the same time, I totally understand. I mean, I don't donate money to YouTube channels, you know what I mean? I don't do that. But yet, I see certain YouTube channels talking about literally nothing. It's like $100, $50, $200. It's like, what the hell? And the thing is, I don't even want to make money. I just want to be able to have my equipment again. That's it. I just want to have the equipment so I can do the deep dives like I want to. But at least the bottom line, the most important thing is the laptop is already on its way. As of about 8-9 hours ago, it was in Connecticut. So, it said it would be here the 6th, but if it was in Connecticut earlier today, it's got to be here soon. So, that's the most important thing. So, I don't mean to make anyone feel, I hope no one felt bad by that. Anyways, okay, let's go. Back to it. This is what's really important. Because it's not about money at all. I just want to be back on the laptop and have a microphone and, you know what I mean? Do it right. Alright. I'm back to, I ate the other one, so you might have to listen to me chew for a second. Sorry. Okay. Alright, so that was pretty powerful what we just read, but we got to get back to where we were. And I'm going to start showing you guys some of what I was looking at. Okay. Now check this out. There's the American flag. Now this isn't all of our intelligence agencies. And I don't know exactly what Q's trying to say here. But what I think he's trying to say is Well, for some reason, these are all intelligence agencies, believe it or not. Like, for instance, I think I know most of them. I think I might know all of them. Wow. But I'm rusty. Hold on. Okay, so AFIA. That would be the Air Force Intelligence Agency. AIA is the Army Intelligence Agency. So those ones aren't too hard. DIA is the Defense Intelligence Agency. Now they start to get harder. ESC. Oh, that's the expeditionary. What's the S? Expeditionary. Sustainment Center. That's right. Sustainment. Expeditionary Sustainment Center. Wow, I'm actually kind of surprised at myself. ITAC. Tactical? Let me come back to that one. Why am I thinking? Ah, man. I know it. I just can't. Alright, I'm gonna skip it. NOIC, Naval Office of Intelligence, Naval. Wait, am I saying it right? Oh, Naval Operation Intelligence Center. And PIC. I don't think it's naval. I think, because I would know it. I think that's actually the National Photographic Intelligence Center. Yeah, that's what it is, I think. NSA, we all know that. National Security Agency. SRD. Oh, I know this one. Service Reconnaissance Division. And you guys can fact check everything I just said. Those are all right. But wait, the ITAC. What was that one? I'll tell you, I know that, all right. Let me just work this out. Because now I feel like I have to get this one. Because I didn't think I'd get them all. Because these are like lesser known ones outside of NSA. I think T is Tactical Assessment and Information It doesn't make sense though. Tactical Assessment Center. Oh man, what is it? Oh, it's not tactical. Could be threat. Intelligence Threat Assessment Center, or Information Threat, or that's what the last three are. Threat Assessment Center. Threat Assessment Center. intelligence of threat assessment center. Intelligence of threat assessment center. Intelligent. You know, I'm sorry, I just gotta look this up. Threat Assessment Center. I'm pretty sure it's Threat Assessment Center. I'm almost positive. Threat Assessment Center. Threat Assessment Center. So what did I say? Intelligence Threat Assessment Center. Information Threat Assessment Center. I'm trying to think. What is the I? National Threat Assessment Center? No, it was ITAC. National Threat Center? No. That would make too much sense. It's got to be with an I. Investigative, maybe? Investigative Threat Assessment Center? Let me put Threat Assessment Center and then ITAC. Oh, ITAC. It's gotta be international? No, because this is... No, that's Canada. Oh, that might be it. Oh, no, that's another country as well. I don't know. I don't see anything. Yeah, the ones that look like it might be it. That's not even threat assessment team. No, let's see. All right, let me see. Is it International Threat Assessment Center? Or International Terrorist? Now I'm getting like off. Because I just saw terrorists, so that made me think, okay, I'm going to give up. Oh, wait. The Interagency Threat Assessment. That's coordination group, but that's what it is. That's got to be it. Interagency Threat Assessment Center. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. Interagency Threat Assessment Center. Sorry, guys. I just had to get that right because I didn't think I'd get them all right. I guess I didn't. I mean, I didn't get that last one all the way. Damn it. I did way better than I thought, though. I didn't think I'd remember all that. Especially considering I had nothing to do with basically all but one of those. Okay, like potentially, not like literally. Okay. Schizophrenia. Yeah, so that's gotta be it. Yeah. Alright, cool. But what's the point of it? What's he trying to say? And why is NSA underlined? And the flag up in the sky. Oh. Oh, there's some interesting. All right, now it's gonna get interesting, folks. All right, D's internal infiltration issues with protecting national security. Deliberate. Do you believe in coincidences? DF Chinese spy insert 20 plus years ago? Oh, Dianne Feinstein. Yeah, I remember Q before I remember actually this is one of the ones that we worked on and figured out. It was her and it showed her driving around, but you could tell it wasn't in America. She was in China. Well, she had a Chinese driver that she was really close with, and she claims I never told him anything classified. But you gotta think that was a driver. He was always with her. Everywhere she went, he's either waiting on her or with her. He's an Asian cat. Well, I think it turns out that he was actually spying on her and got a lot of information through her. And she was reckless. At least that's kind of like the story she's painting. Maybe it's actually more nefarious, or maybe it's just that. I don't know, but it's legit. So Dianne Feinstein, Chinese spy, insert 20 plus years. Over 20 years, that Chinese... Unbelievable. I mean, think about it. She's on the phone. You're not thinking of the driver, especially you've known them for over 20 years. You know, you think that, just because of their culture, they're just going to do their job and be quiet. But little do you know, he's a spy. So he's even more convincing. And he's really good at not coming off as somebody who's listening. And, he's trained. Oof. I just hope it wasn't the fear. I mean, we'll find out soon. And we're going to get to why I keep saying that soon as well. I'm going to start moving quicker through these. Trump mocks Senator Feinstein following reports an alleged Chinese spy worked for her. And this is August 4th, 2018. That makes sense. That's about when we were digging into this. It was July of 2018. So that makes sense. So this is nothing new, but, it's something worth bringing up. The Democrats have had a history of not doing a good job. One, they always leak to the media because they go hand in hand with the media. One scratches the other's back, and they kind of build they build their bones, that they make their career off of each other. Well, there's a lot wrong with that, and they have to do a lot wrong in order to make it successful. So that's the problem. So basically, they've been careless with our national security. In this situation, she's talking about classified material in front of a Chinese spy who somehow she, out of everyone in the world, hired as her driver. So was it an accidental hiring, and she just kind of, wasn't thinking and would say too much here and there? Kind of like, it sounds like Hillary's defense. They claim ignorant, when trust me, all right, when you're in those positions, you know damn well what the rules are with classified information. You know exactly what you're supposed to do in every situation and say, and I'm not going to say anything further because I don't even want to risk, because I'm so aware, and it's been years and years and years for me, and I'm not nowhere near the status that they are. I was just a military guy. And they're going to claim ignorance and talk about classified intel in front of Chinese spies? I don't know. I have a feeling, and the fact that there's pictures of her driving around China with him, I mean, think about how much money she could make if he ever said to her, hey, listen, come to China with me. What you were just talking about, tell that to somebody that I'll introduce you and we'll make you rich and no one will ever know. And you have a president like Obama who's setting that up, and your vice president, he's setting up his son to make 1.5 billion from China, as well as another like billion in Burisma, and sit on their board for life, this crooked oil company. And at the same time, the Secretary of State Clinton, she's doing the same exact type of stuff, going around doing favors for people, then doing speeches for half of $500,000 a speech and more, $1 million speeches. And the next Secretary of State's no better. He's sending his son, who's already as privileged can be, with the last name Hines, and he's sitting on that same company, Burisma, and so is Bulger's friggin' nephew, Whitey Bulger, and Billy Bulger, the one who's actually more successful and a politician and the supposed clean one, just because he puts on suits and doesn't kill people with his bare hands. He's considered okay. And his son is rubbing elbows with the, Kerry's son and Biden's son. I mean, these are the most powerful people in the world. And you think Dianne Feinstein's going to stop from giving some information to the Chinese that they're already reverse engineering all that technology anyways? And by the way, when they talk about stealing intellectual property, what they're talking about is, it's one thing where, they can take a Gucci bag and make it look like make one and make it look like a real Gucci bag, right? It's another thing when you take, I don't know, like the technology of an iPhone and reverse engineer it and basically just start your own thing. I mean, that's why their government puts so much money into Huawei, and that's why the CEO of Huawei was arrested in Canada because they wanted leverage against China. We're still in a trade war. Don't forget this. This is real. We're winning, but we need to keep our stomach about us. The fact that they haven't come to the table yet says something. But then again, according to Trump, I mean, I don't know if he's just saying this or not, he'd rather they not come to the table. We're making a lot of money off them. Although that really doesn't technically make sense the way tariffs work. But as far as overall, because they're getting weaker, it makes us stronger. So yeah, it kind of makes sense in a different way. But the way he says it isn't like particularly accurate. But the overall message of what he's saying, like in the big picture, it's true. Anyways, okay, so this is old news right here. All right, and then A1 IT scandal. You guys hear about this? This is an old one too, ain't it? Yeah, June 7th, 2018. Remember this guy? Former Democrat tech aide may strike a plea deal. The curious case of Imran Awan, which sounds like an international spy thriller, is entering its third act. Awan was a congressional IT aide to Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz. If you guys remember, she was running the DNC back when they stonewalled Bernie Sanders and made sure that Hillary Clinton won, even her own constituents were booing her off the stage. This is the same woman who lives in the county that has had more freak accidents than anywhere in the country, Broward County, Florida. And it's actually like, not like a bad area. It's not like wicked high class, but it's middle upper class. People are comfortable there. They're not rich, they're not filthy rich, but they're definitely comfortable. That's where Parkland shooting happened. That's where oh my God, that's where Sheriff Israel, all that. I mean, there's been so many situations that have happened in Broward County. It's unbelievable, and it's no wonder when you have someone like Debbie Wasserman Schultz out of there. That was her county, and she's so dirty, and the Sheriff Israel was so dirty that was one of the Democrats' hotspots to do stuff. Now, am I saying that the shooting is fake, anything like that? No. But I'm saying that, I don't know, the police response was really slow, and they stood outside for a while. It didn't make any sense to me. And also, there was also man-made disasters there too. There was a second huge one. I just can't think it off the top of my head. I could pull it up right now, but honestly, I'm tempted to, because it's so much has happened in this one place. It's like, it's almost too much. They always have problems with like the elections. There's always like problems. I don't want to see all that. No. Oh, I spelled incidents wrong. Not that that matters, but still, it's embarrassing. All right, incidents. Broward County incidents, all time. I don't know if it'll work like this. Second most popular county. Oh, Fort Lauderdale is there? Wow, I love Fort Lauderdale. They have a bunch of Boston bars. I actually got offered a job there. They had a Boston bar. They had my accent. They're like, and I happened to have taken bartending school. He's like, wow, even if you didn't take bartending school, I would have offered you a job. He's like, no, that. He goes, I'll definitely offer you a job right now. But I didn't take it. I mean, maybe I should have. History. I was not going to go too far. Founding. I don't want to hear that. Land boom. Okay, that's great. I want to see recent history. I-95. Over 1 million in 1980. By 2000, it was 1.62 million. And you know what? You know the number's more like 2 million with the illegals down there. Hurricane Wilma hit them hard. They don't even mention the shooting at the school. So it sounds like if they're not going to mention that, then they're not going to mention anything. All right, forget it. Wikipedia sucks. How could you not mention that? And by the way, you know he's gone. That sheriff. Sheriff Israel. Thank God. He thought he was going to have a life of politics after that. He was trying to like profit off a disaster. That's what they do. Never waste a good disaster. Now, I'm not saying disasters are good. I'm saying that they don't waste them. All right. let's get right back to where we were. And we're going to start going quick. But the next one's the big one. For those of you who've been following, we just did a big story on the next one. I know what's the next one. I caught a glimpse. Oh, man. The thing is, I would stop from here and go, but you can't do it that way. You got to do it the other way. That's the way it's set up. Because, like, he always reference, you know, it's not past proves future, you know, you got to do it. Oh, man, I'm way too far. All right. I got it. All right. And remember that, future trip. The future trip code. All right, here we are. Now, Ilhan Omar. If you guys been watching my channel, you guys know I went with this story, and it was broken by John Boy, and I picked it up from there. And you know, I did a lot of research into it, and it was unbelievable. You know, guys, you know Ilhan Omar. She married her brother, had 2 kids with him. Then she pretended to marry someone else right before her political career started, which is obviously a ploy so that she can actually get elected in America. Because when you're married to your own, like, full blood brother, yeah, that's not going to work out too good over here. Yeah, the man she ended up being with is like definite homosexual, by the way. I mean, it's just painfully obvious, and it's a crazy story. And just when I think that all the crap surrounding her couldn't get any crazier, it comes out. Well, you guys see for yourself. If you don't know. Ilhan Omar accused of being a paid agent of Qatar, and from what I've heard, also Iran. Oh, it does say it. And accessing sensitive info for Iran. Court testimony. All right? This isn't just like an accusation on the news. No. This is in front of a judge where you're risking, I mean, you're talking about a congresswoman, and not just any congresswoman. I would say that she is the most recognizable congressman or woman, Republican or Democrat, maybe second to Pelosi. Pelosi might be number 1. But she is and then AOC. So those are the 3 most, and they're all females. I think those 3 are the most recognizable congressmen or women. They're all females. I'd say it's Pelosi, AOC, and Ilhan Omar. You know, they're the most controversial, and you know how they say, like, you know, this saying doesn't really work for politics. It works more for, like, you know, sometimes athletes, but usually, like, you know, performers and, you know, rappers and rock stars and celebrities. You know, all publicity is good publicity. Ended up being good for Trump. Now, this type of publicity, there's a lot of publicity, I don't think is good. You know what I mean? AOC, she got a lot of publicity, ended up being good. I guess it depends. Anyways, this is, if you haven't heard about this, your jaw lifted up, it's hanging. Yeah. Yeah, the way your jaw's hanging. Yeah, it is. Isn't that unbelievable? Because you have to consider, this isn't just a rumor. This isn't just somebody just saying it on, on 60 Minutes or, making a tweet and accusing her. No, no, no. This is multiple people. And one of them went into the courtroom and spilled the beans. Other ones gave their testimonies online. If you guys want to really get the whole, if you haven't seen it and you want to get the whole story, I covered it extremely thoroughly on my channel. And another channel that he got all the way up to 900 and I feel the number was 960 or something like that. And I said, hey, this guy, he's been working hard and doing it the hard way and doing the research. And, he deserves the recognition. And it felt good. And I never do what certain channels do and get people over 1,000. Because, certain people, once they get a platform, you realize, hey, this person is friggin' dangerous. You know what I mean? What the hell? And they don't know shit. But this guy does. And he broke a huge story. And I thought that was impressive. And so I recommended him. And he's over 1,000 now. And he's got his viewing hours now. And he's all good. He's on his mobile and monetized. And he deserves it. Anyways. If you guys want to see it, you could just check out. It's only few days ago, maybe 3 days ago, 3 or 4 days ago, and it's easy. The thumbnail is her face. It's almost in black and white, and it's in her face, almost like a look, like an ominous, something bad is going on, because this is bad. Let's get into it a little bit. Rep. Ilhan Omar, Democrat of Minnesota, has been accused of being a paid agent of the government of Qatar and using her position in Congress to access sensitive information for the benefit of Iran, according to testimony in a civil suit in Florida. And there she is. If you guys didn't recognize her by her name, I know you recognize her by her face. And by the fact that she wears the hijab. Is that hijab? I believe that's what it is. I can't wait to have the computer so I can see your comments as I'm doing this. Because when I screen share, I can't see the comments. I hate that. Just make sure. Yeah, I can't see. So Alan Bender, a Kuwaiti-born Canadian businessman, made the accusation in video conference testimony on October 23rd from Toronto for a civil case filed in Florida against the brother of the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Thani, over allegations the Sheikh ordered his American bodyguard to murder 2 people that he held his American paramedic hostage. Wait. So the Sheikh ordered his American bodyguard to murder 2 people that he held his American paramedic hostage. Okay. Shady Schiff declines to say how he obtained. Of course. It's all a distraction, folks. The real story, while everyone's following all this fake stuff, the biggest story in American history, maybe second to the Civil War and abolishment of slavery. That might be number 1. I don't know. This is a close second. That's saying something when all of it comes out. What they've been actually up to is so bad that they can't even, there's no way that they can tell the public everything. According to the Q team, about 20% is going to be made public. And that doesn't sound like much, but they've been up to so much disgusting stuff that it's gonna feel like you learned everything. But there's gonna be a lot that they're gonna have to keep secret for national security purposes, for purposes of people just like not just like giving up and like what's the point and not going to work and the whole country shutting down. That's like a huge danger that they need to be careful of. I mean, I'm serious. I'm gonna get into more of this. And by the way, this stuff all coming out right now, stories like this and stories like Biden and stories like all that, it's not by mistake. It's a drip, drip, drip strategy that's been going on for 2 years. And then the floodgates are going to open. And that's going to be when the D-class happens. And that's going to be on December 9th. How do I know that? Q actually said it, but I already knew it before Q said it. I was given a heads up, and it made total sense. Because the Inspector General Horowitz is testifying on the 11th about that exact same thing. And he's been working on that for years. And he's testifying on the 11th. So it makes sense that they'll declassify it before he testifies. And when he testifies, it's all going to come out like in a setting where they ask specific questions and all that. And we're going to get to see it, hopefully. Although, otherwise it has to be behind closed doors. Too much classified information. Which is why they will most likely declassify the Pfizer abuse, the origins of the Russia investigation, everything. And more. Because once you open that can of worms, everything becomes fair game. And that's when the prosecutor that nobody knew about, unless you were following Q, nobody knew about until just only like a couple months ago, out of Connecticut, Durham, he's working on it as well, except more from an angle of indictments. Okay? Now, something that's talked about a lot, and I actually thought that this was bullshit at one point, because people tend to overplay anytime that they think everyone always says, they're gonna take away my YouTube channel. Oh, they're gonna take it away. They're really gonna do it this time. Well, this time I really think they are. And don't just take my word for it. I'll show you in a minute from the horse's mouth herself, the head of YouTube. And do you remember the date when they're making these changes to YouTube? Oh, it just happens to fall on December 10th. The day after they're supposed to declass, and the day before he testifies. Now, I just gave you a couple of the tidbits there. Wait until you hear the particulars. Like I said, just, there's a lot coming. An explosive testimony made by video link from Toronto, Canada to a Florida district court on October 23rd. Kuwaiti-born Alan Bender claims to have ties with governments and royal officials across the Middle East, including Qatar. Now, he was Canadian-born. He is, it's like me. That's like, they go out of the way to say he's Kuwaiti, but that's like saying, Matthew Boston, let's just say. Although I kind of like that people think they know, whatever. Let's just say I set traps. But Matthew Boston, okay, a Irish or let's say Portuguese, they could use one of either or, citizen of the United States. It's like, no, I'm an American. I was born here. I fought for the country. You know what I mean? But it's like, if they want to make me sound less American and more like they're trying to make him sound more like somebody who might have some kind of like Sunni versus Shiite type of problem, or, that's how they're trying to make it sound. Although this publication is a little bit more honest about it. It's not as left-leaning as most. It's the Gateway Pundit. So, but even they go out of their way to put it like that. But you should hear the way the left, when you read like this story from the left, oh man, it looks like he was like, he's straight out of Kuwait and like just left Kuwait and came to Canada the last couple of years when he was born and raised there in Canada. I'm sorry, born in Kuwait but raised in Canada. So he claims that ties. In his statement, he says he met Qatar's secretary to the Emir for Security Affairs, Mohammed bin Ahmad bin Abdullah Al Masnad, and 2 other senior Qatari officials. The 3 allegedly claimed credit for the meteoric rise of Omar, saying, "If it wasn't for our cash, Ilhan Omar would just be another black Somali refugee in America collecting welfare and serving tables on weekends," according to Bender's sworn deposition. Key words. Not what he said on CNN, not what he said on Twitter. No, according to in court, a real court in Florida, on a sworn deposition, talking about one of the top 3 most identifiable and well-known by name and face congressmen or women in the country. You think he's lying? I don't. Especially when you start to look into it. I mean, they had her remarry, instead of being with the love of her life, her brother, who she has 2 children with. They set her up with this guy, he's really good looking, really well put together. But, her real husband, her brother, probably doesn't have a problem with it because this guy is clearly a homosexual. I mean, like I said, just watch my video on it and wait till you see the pictures of this guy. You'll see. I mean, I hate to judge someone by a picture, but sometimes it's pretty obvious. So sworn the deposition was obtained by Al Arabiya English and authenticated by the attorney for the plaintiffs. In the testimony, Bender claims to have been asked to recruit American politicians and journalists to be Qatari assets. He says he objected, and the Qatari officials responded by saying that several American politicians and journalists were already on the payroll. You hear that? And journalists. Well, I'm not surprised by that. But the politicians, that one from Detroit that like fake cried she couldn't see her grandmother, and they were like, no, you can see your grandmother. Just when you're here, don't meet with the people who want to, I don't want to accuse her of anything, but when they say multiple, she's the next one that comes to my mind. And they're thick as thieves, the 2 of them. They're real good friends. Let me see. All right. And journalists were already on the payroll. Most prominently, Omar, who was allegedly described as the jewel of the crown, according to the deposition. Bender's accusations go much further. According to his testimony, al-Musnad said the Qatar recruited Ilhan Omar from even way before she even thought about becoming a government official. They groomed her and arranged the foundation. Like I said, she was married to her brother. They made sure that she wasn't getting elected like that. So they got her set up with somebody that also the brother wouldn't mind so much because he's homosexual. In my opinion. I can't say that is 100% fact, but it's pretty obvious. What was that? They're going to arrange the foundation, the grounds for her to get into politics way before she even showed it. They convinced her. For her part, Omar cooperated with the Qataris and received cash payments, he alleges in the deposition. Bender claims that once Omar took office, she used her position in the House of Representatives to access sensitive information which she relayed to Qatar and through them to Iran, our number one enemy right now in the world, by the way. End excerpt. Please read the complete Al Arabiya article at this link. And then, by the way, this guy, Imam of Peace, he talks about it for 48 minutes. That's also in my video. Very telling. He has a grasp knowledge on it, and he stands by it as well. I'm telling you that there's a bunch of these men who all have the same story. And they all corroborate each other, and it looks damning. Very damning. Let me just tell you this one thing. This thread will be one of the most important threads I make on Twitter. The illegal case behind this will be exposed with full transparency and full details. For now, I direct the following information to @RealDonaldTrump, @VP, @Jared Kushner, @Donald Trump Jr., @Sean Hannity, number one. In September, Tweety named Omar as an agent of Qatar in a new Twitter thread. The strategy to expose Ilhan Qatar. Instead of Ilhan Omar, I call it Ilhan Qatar. That's a good one. After nearly 30,000 retweets, the time has come to start exposing the truth about Ilhan MN. I mean, Minnesota, guys, get your shit together. But guess what? I stopped blaming the people in Minnesota as of yesterday when I found something out. And I'll be sharing that in just a second. These Democrats, they're doing some dirty tricks. And like I said, I'm not like, I support Republicans only because I want to see the president be able to do everything that he wants to do. You know, I don't want him to be messed with the way he has, the presidential harassment, the investigations that are all BS and lead to nowhere, accuse him of what you're really doing, all that. I think everyone's sick of that. You know, look at what he's accomplished. I'd love to see what he could accomplish without all the BS. And I think the only reason he's been able to get through this the way he has is because he's had nothing but aces in his back pocket he's been sitting on. As have I in certain situations. This thread will be one of the most... Okay, so anyways, we got the point across, right? If you guys want to see more on that, just go, like I said, just go to my video. It's extremely thorough, and it's very interesting. So, after that, Clinton server, China relay. Oh, what do they mean by that? This is how Q works. These are called Q crumbs. and Q proofs, and then there's Q proofs, and you know. Chinese company reportedly hacked Clinton's server, got copy of every email in real time. Now we know there's 30,000 emails supposedly missing. Q all along has been saying, well, no, we got them. Nothing's ever really deleted. And all I'm going to say is that's actually true. All right, so while they're in there with hammers and bleaching things, and you know, it's still, you know, it's once it's out there, it's out there. But let's just say that. A Chinese state-owned company reportedly hacked former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's email server, then inserted code that forwarded them a copy of virtually every email she sent or received after that. A revelation President Trump is demanding be investigated. The Daily Caller reported that the firm operating in the D.C. area wrote code that then embedded in the server and generated a courtesy copy for almost all her emails, which was then forwarded to the Chinese company. The code reportedly was discovered in 2015 by the Intelligence Community Inspector General, which then warned FBI officials of the intrusion. So that's why people, they act like, oh, forget the emails. No, she knew what she was doing. She knew how big of a deal it was to be using a private server. And not only that, like, when you actually find out, like, how low security and, like, reckless she was with our national security and our SAP, special access programs, everything. It is disgusting. So these are just a bunch of examples of, basically a lot of these. Some of these are from last year. Some's like a year and a half ago. The Omar one, that's brand new. I mean, like I said, I was the second on it, and that was only 3 or 4 days ago, maybe 3 days ago. All right, and then we got VJ Direct Relay. Do you guys know who VJ is? Well, if you remember, Roseanne came up with that new show where she was a Trump supporter, but like the rest of the family, for the most part, were not Trump supporters. It was like, the Roseanne show, but it was like, like a current version of it, and it was #1 and all that. Well, she got taken out for talking who she was talking about in that tweet. See, everyone misses this part. She was talking about Valerie Jarrett. Now, a lot of you guys know who that is. For those of you who do not know who that is, well, look at that, 17%. Isn't that funny? Valerie Jarrett was Barack Obama's handler. Sounds like a bunch of BS. I get it. But it's not. I've been saying this more and more lately. The truth is a lot stranger than fiction. Anyway, so Valerie Jarrett, Direct Relay, Iran pre-post Iran deal, future Maca. So that means that whatever they're talking about with Valerie Jarrett that's going to come out, that's coming out in the future from this date, November 25th. Kerry, Direct Relay, Iran, pre-post Iran deal, future Maca. And when they say future Maca, they mean exactly that. Like, like mock my words, like mock this, and in the future you'll go back and this will make perfect sense. That's called a Q proof. And he does it on a constant basis. So remember that. Remember Valerie Jarrett and John Kerry, and something to do with a direct relay to Iran, relay of information, relay of something, both before and after the Iran deal. Keep that in mind. And when you see it on the news, you will be experiencing the rush of experiencing a Q-proof come to life in front of you. A proof that this is all real. This is not some lop. This is not some BS psyop. The only thing that I ever said it could be is artificial intelligence. Because the information is legit, the intel is legit, it's all real. But what if it was artificial intelligence that has access to everything, has dirt on everybody, knows the good, knows the bad, knows everything, and, came up with this idea to do this? Because these things are self-thinking, self-teaching. That's the only thing I ever left open as a possibility is what if it was AI? Because I always try to have an open mind. But that's the only option I leave open. I've spent more hours on Q posts than I want to admit. Before I had a channel, that's what I did. And even since I had the channel, of course, but before I had the channel, it's all I did. Whereas now, I have a responsibility to get the truth out to the people. Not conspiracy theory, but truth backed up with facts. If known, why is it allowed to happen? If known, will there be justice? It's only a matter of time. Like I said, I gave you those certain dates. It is only a matter of time. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to be indicted on the 9th. There's going to be the D class on the 9th. That's going to start the ball rolling because they're going to find out. They lied to the FISA courts. They had the Five Eyes, which means other countries and agencies spy on our president-elect and our president when he was a candidate. And even potentially when he was president. And the way they did that was not by spying on him directly, but by spying on his top aides that are with him all day going over things. And obviously they found nothing, or else we'd be hearing about it. Same thing with, special counsel, all that. It's all been BS. It's all been kicking the can down the road, trying to save some time, come up with a way to flip all this. And they're petrified of the American people waking up. And they know that Q is doing that, which is why they have put so much resources into trying to disprove Q, to the point where if you understand even a little bit about the Q team, it's almost ridiculous, like the way they report it. And that's like one of the biggest Q proofs. It's like, well, you know what? If this isn't real, then why are they literally making it sound like something totally different than what it is, and basically just making up lies? Some tough truths to face pretty soon for a lot of people. Sometimes a good movie can provide a lot of truth and or background. Official secrets. Relevant today. Enjoy the show. Now, Q has been saying that since the beginning. Enjoy the show. Now, this movie, Official Secrets, I can't play the actual, the thing, because, that's the worst thing you could do is play a movie trailer that's not out yet. But what I will do is we could, just take a look at, check this out. All right. So now, mind you, this is official secrets, and remind you, this is Hollywood. And you guys know how they do it. The Hollywood elite, the establishment elite, the political elite, all of it. They have certain, they're in these secret societies. They learn these ways of deception. And one of the biggest ones is pretty simple. Accuse them of what you're doing. Take the truth and twist it and make it seem like it's the other way around. It's 101. So, here, I can't play it, but let's just read a little, right? Am I going to be going any further than that? Let's see. One day in 2003, in the lead up to the Iraq War, British intelligence specialist Catherine Gunn received a memo from the NSA with a shocking directive. The United States is enlisting Britain's help in collecting compromised information on... See, now it's basically the same exact thing as what they're doing to the president. Listen to that. British intelligence specialist receives a memo from the NSA with a shocking directive. The United States is enlisting Britain's help. So far, it's actually fact, except for the 2003 and the Iraq War. If you change that to 2016 and the election, and then it says Britain's help in collecting compromising information on. Now, if you replace the UN with the President Trump, this movie is like a nonfiction based on real event movie. That's what it would be. But this is their way of trying to get ahead of things and desensitize you a little bit to it because they know it's coming. But at the same time, when they desensitize you, they kind of switch the roles and make it seem like it's the UN who's the good guy. You know what I mean? Like, movies have a bigger effect on people than we like to admit. So, Britain's help, and that's exactly what happened, in collecting compromising information on UN Security Council members to blackmail them into voting in favor of an invasion of Iraq. Unable to stand by and watch the world be rushed into war, Gunn makes the gut-wrenching decision to defy her government and leak the memo to the press. Well, that's basically exactly what happens. All they did was switch some things around. The UN, the EU, the deep state here, the globalists, a lot of the Democrats, even a lot of the Republicans, they're all anti-American, anti-Donald Trump, all of it. And they did everything they could to stop him, including exactly what they're saying right here. Receives a memo from the NSA with a shocking, except instead of NSA, it would be CIA. Because at the time, like, remember I was telling you about Admiral Rogers? He was the head of the NSA, and he would have said no. In fact, I think he did say no. But instead, say from the CIA with a shocking directive. The United States is enlisting Britain's help in collecting compromising information on President Trump and his, team members to blackmail them to basically trick the Americans into voting in favor of Hillary Clinton. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally that's why he mentions this. Because it's like, this is it matches so well. By the way, for instance, the name of the British spy that they enlist, Michael Steele. The name of it's not NSA, it would be CIA. Instead of 03, it'd be 2016. Instead of the Iraq War, it'd be the election. Instead of the UN Security Council, it would be President Trump and his team members. Instead of blackmailing them, it's really just kind of like propagandizing and like just tricking the American people into voting for Hillary Clinton, the lifelong crook with more bodies under her belt than I'm not even gonna say it, but yeah. All right, and then it should be like who originally leaked it? Someone like Admiral Rogers or General Flynn or someone like that makes the gut-wrenching decision to defy his government, meaning the Obama government, and leak the information to a small portion of the press and mostly to the intelligence services themselves. Actually, you know what it would really be? The intelligence services, meaning the Q team, leaking the information to the American people through this whole Q narrative and what they're doing. And release date, August 30th, 2019. So that's going to be very, very interesting. Because by then, it's going to be all out, obviously, right? So, but then again, there's going to be an election around the corner. And they're going to want to try to muddy the waters. And, take the facts that at that point, people are going to be hearing all the time. And just kind of muddy those waters a little bit. I mean, they're thinking long game. So relevant today. So now we read that. Sometimes a good movie, in quotes. So he's basically saying like, yeah, movie, but this is actually based on what's really going on right now. Just they switched the names of everything and can provide a lot of truth and or background. Quote, and this, not quote, but this is the name of the movie, Official Secrets. So it lets you know the movie. Relevant today. Enjoy the show, which is something he's been saying for a long time. And honestly, what I've been noticing is a lot of his most common phrases, we now know what the meaning are to them. Either that or they just happen to fit. But I'm thinking that, they happen to fit in many places, but ultimately we were supposed to end up here. And not only here, and you would think, well, you don't know what's going to happen 2 years down the line. You'd be surprised what you could do with military precision. And I'll tell you, stick with me right now, I'll tell you exactly how they did it. All right. So let's see this. What's this?
What are those?
Oh, you know what? I can't play this whole thing.
Hey, Chris. How date's nuts?
As the nation prepares for next year's presidential election.
So what's this? Yeah, CBSN, right? They're talking about impeachment, all this crap, right?
Know, by the way, that Russia is more than happy to perpetuate, correct?
That's exactly right, Tom.
Their ratings must have been way better covering Russia than this whole Ukraine thing. I don't think they're doing too good with the Ukraine. Russia, it's a lot scarier. People remember hiding, older people, older than me, not old, but remember hiding under their desks during the Cold War, it leaves some psychological. They did that type of stuff on purpose. Even though hiding under that desk, you were about as safe as you were standing on top of the desk. You know what I mean? Like, it made no difference at all as far as like how safe you were. And I don't know. Everyone just seems to still trust everything they say, but you shouldn't. Anyways, so of course, look at what they're doing now. So they're now talking about Russia, and listen to this.
Anya, Russia has perpetuated this narrative that Ukraine was behind the election. We know that that is false, and in fact,
that Ukraine was behind the election. Now, he said we know that's false. When he is some guy on TV and on MSNBC, where he's not allowed to have an opinion other than what supports their narrative. You can't. Have you ever heard one of them come out and have like an honest opinion that was critical thinking and went against their narrative? You know, because neither side can be right 24 on every single story. Yet when one side's up to these antics, it makes it seem like one side's being right way, like basically at least one side's being wrong every time. I'll say that much. I'm not saying that the other side's right every time. No way. But the Democrats are doing the wrong thing every time. And their partners with the media, they're definitely doing the wrong thing. Now, I can't play the whole thing, but basically what they're trying to do, and it's so obvious, they're preparing for what's to come. And it's going to be like, when the average person looks around, they're like, what is all this? It's like everyone's supporting this QAnon thing. And the only thing about QAnon is, in order to really understand it, it takes a long time to really, like, get it. And you got to, like, go through and research and kind of patience, which a lot of people didn't have, and they just kind of gave up. And then eventually, things start getting proven true. So what do? Now they're back on the Russian bot narrative. And it's not just anything. These are American people. Are we Russian bots? Because look at impeachment hearing. It says trends pushed by suspected Russian bots during impeachment hearings. So they talk about the impeachment hearing. I don't really understand that one. Why would they do that? Anyways, right behind that, MAGA, Make America Great Again. Right behind that, where we go one, we go all. And almost tied with that, QAnon. Supposedly, that's what all these Russian bots are pushing. I'm not a Russian bot. All the people that I talk to and I coordinate with every day when I'm talking about a little bot program. In fact, we all know that the whole Russian narrative got overplayed to the max. All right? They've been trying to interfere in our elections in every election since World War II. It's nothing new. And it's not like they've been any more successful. It's just that the American people finally got a president who's actually looking out for them. So they have this narrative, and they're trying to use it. So I'm going to let him talk like for just 4 seconds, and then we'll go to the next thing.
That narrative was popping high. We also saw narratives related to a conspiracy for QAnon or QAnonymous. This is related to the 8chan subreddit or 8chan message board. This is important because a lot of those conspiracies we saw related to other conspiracies. In fact, we saw them tied to the Hunter Biden false narrative conspiracy. We saw them related to
Hunter Biden false narrative conspiracy? Do you hear this? I mean, even Democrats listening to that are sitting there going, wait, did he say the Hunter Biden thing is false? Because it's not. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows this is legit. It's unbelievable. They don't want it to be true, but they know it is.
To the Pizzagate false narrative conspiracy.
And that's what they always do. First of all, this is a point I always make because they always do this. QAnon, kind of connected to the whole Pizzagate and all that. This is why we have to be careful about what we follow. Now, are they trafficking children? Yes. Is there pedophilia going on like that? Yes. But they put out a bogus story. Everything he's saying is a lie. You know, the false Hunter Biden, that whole false conspiracy theory, because he wasn't really on Burisma board. He wasn't getting $50,000 a month and altogether about, $1 billion. Also getting $1.5 billion from China. That's all fake. Even though Biden said to the CFR that I gave the prosecutor till 6 o'clock that day to fire. I gave the president till 6 o'clock to fire the prosecutor who was looking into my son so that he can get away with all the money and all that. Yeah. And by the way, the Secretary of State, John Kerry, his son was on there too. Oh yeah, and Whitey Bulger's nephew was on there too. Yeah, they were all on there. Yeah. But it's a false conspiracy theory. Yeah. Oh yeah, and it's also the Q. Yeah, that's false, and Q is involved with Pizzagate. All bullshit. 100% lies. Yet they're the news. That's why Q says you are the news now. Because it's true. The news can't be trusted. And who do we have to thank about that? To thank for that? I know I bring this up a lot, but it's because it bothers me so much. Because none of this would be possible if it wasn't for the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, which took our ban on propaganda, and the elites are the ones who own it all. Like we were saying in one of the earlier posts, 6 corporations own all of the media in this country. And all those corporations have one guy at the top. And those are the guys most threatened by Trump. They're going to do everything they can to take him down and to discredit anything that is, like something like Q that can actually wake people up. That was the whole thing, the calm before the storm. Well, guess what, folks? The waters are getting choppy. I can feel the wind picking up. The storm's here. It's moving in. I don't mean to sound corny about it, but it's true. You think I'd put my reputation on the line like this? And for people who know me, I don't do stuff like this. I don't make predictions ever. But I know this so well, like the back of my hand. And I know that Horowitz is reporting on the 11th. And what are they going to do it behind closed doors? Then what was the point of him friggin' doing this for 2 years? They're going to do the D-class before that. But then again, in the past, they have been known to do head fakes and convince the other side that they're going to do something only to make them spend their ammunition. But I think this time, the whole point is to expose them with everything that they're going to do. Now that we know the date, it's just like, hey, all right, sit back and watch. Let's see what kind of crazy stuff happens before then, around then, all that. Because I bet you it's going to be a lot. And actually, there's a few theories that I'm going to get into. So, after hearing that bozo speak, Russian bots? Question mark. Why are the biggest media companies in the world continually attacking if we are simply a conspiracy or LOP? Who controls the media? Remember the 6 companies? Those 6 companies? Who controls 6? Meaning, who controls those 6 companies? It's a good question. Logical thinking. Who is it? Who controls? So the media companies control. I mean, there's 6 companies that control the media. But who control those 6 companies? Bankers? That's a potential. Satan? Luciferians? That type of thing? Is he going that angle? It's either, to me, it's either bankers or Luciferians or fallen angels. It's got to be something. It's got to be one of those. It's got to be. I can't imagine anything else. I don't think it can't be another country. Yeah, it's got to be one of those. It's crazy when you really think of it. Now this, we went over this just the other day. It's the 18 U.S. Code, Chapter 115 for treason, sedition, and subversion activities. Except when I read it the other day, for some reason, one of them were missing. I want to see if it's missing here, too. No, it's not. I just want to click this one. Why was that missing? So you know what? That might have been a little nugget that I picked up. I didn't have anyone else noticing that. So anyways, they had all these things in here, and you would read it, and it would tell you exactly what the charge is, what constitutes that charge, like, what do you need to do to be charged with that, what's the maximum sentence, what's the minimum sentence, all that. But for some reason, 2384, you see that? 2384, seditious conspiracy. That's the only one that it said it would be there, but then once you get into the actual document, it's like someone hit select all on that one little section and then hit cut. Really, that's what it looks like. Which is really weird. Alright. Come on. What is this? You know what? Forget it. We already went over this yesterday, guys. So, I'm not going to go over it again. But you guys get the idea. I'm pretty sure you guys know treason, prison of treason, seditious conspiracy, act of aggression or war against us during wartime or not during wartime. It does matter. There's all kinds of stuff like that. Let's see. What happened? Oh, man. Whew. Get to the end here. Okay, here we go. So, trip configuration, Q. All right, so he's configuring his trip code. And by the way, if you remember, in the top left, see his new trip code now. I just want to show you real quick. You see the one before it? It says anonymous. Well, look at this. His new trip code. His new trip code right here. 2385. Is that the number I was looking at? No, that's wrong. Trip configuration, Q. All right. Now, I want you to notice, remember I was telling you about the times? And since they're doing like the trips and stuff like that, it's important to take note of the times. Well, look at the time. 12:55 Eastern time. So, and it doesn't matter. If you're on the Pacific Coast, then that's fine. Just change the 12 to a 3. All right? It's the same difference. So it would be, I'm sorry, not a 3, a 9. So it would be 9:55, I don't know if this was after. Actually, you know what? They're using, what am I there? They're probably using, well, let me just show you. Regardless. So 9:55 Pacific time. And then they even put the seconds. And this is why I say, like, Q post, it's not just what it says with Q. There's so much more to it. And one of them is the numbers, especially the times. So 12:55 and 59 seconds. All right. So you guys got that? Now, take a look at the time. The Republican Party has never been so united. This impeachment scam is just a continuation of the 3-year witch hunt, but it is only bringing us even closer together. Okay? And then look at the time. Remember what it was before? 12:55 and 59 seconds. So that's 1 second later. The president tweeted out something that's directly related to what Q's talking about, but exactly a second later. I mean, that is huge. Huge. It's just huge. Oh, what is going on? Oh, and here he lays it out. The Republican Party has never been so united. And we already read this, right? So look, he points out. And before, see, now the time's different. Before, that was in Eastern time. Now it's in Pacific time. So it's the same thing. 9:56 a.m. 2nd of December, 2019. So that was yesterday. Meanwhile, 1 second before that, meanwhile, here's Q. and it says -1 minute delta. And it's true, it is 1 minute, because for all we know, it could be, for Trump, it could be 12:50 or 9, and this one 9:56 and 46 seconds, for all we know. So, all right, fine, I'll accept that 1 minute delta. I mean, I was gonna say 1 second, but 1 minute delta. Boom. And that's just crazy. All right, next. Oh yeah, do you guys remember when it said regarding trip, and then it had an S in the parentheses, regarding trips? I want to say the exact word. Trips, not authenticity, but not proof. Trips. I don't want to have to go back, but I might. Just to drive this point home, guys. Oh no. You guys still with me? He very well could be. All right, so you guys still with me, right? Because we're gonna blow a lid off this thing. So you guys just see how basically how I was talking about earlier, how if it goes the other way around, it doesn't make any sense. If Trump puts it first, all right, anyone could be clever and do it real quick, and write something real quick, or have something already prepared, and pretend to be like they know something. But the fact that it's always Q first, and then the president confirms what he's saying, and they're both talking about the same thing. Is that like my? And they're both talking about the same thing. I mean, and they've been doing this over and over and over and over and over and over. And now, here's what else I wanted to tell you guys. So the 9th, the D class is happening. The reason we know that, well, first I had found out personally from a source, but then Q came out and actually said it. All right, and I'll actually even show you another proof of how he had said it. He comes out and says it, but also he said it 2 years ago. If you use future proofs past, I won't say it. I gotta show you, but first let me prove that, and then I want to come back and tell you something. So let me show you that part first. It always takes a minute. So slow. So I can't wait to get my computer. It'll kick in. I'm just worried that they're slowing me down a little bit on purpose. Alright, here we go. So what did I say the D-class date was? What did I say? So, alright, this is look at it, November 30th, 2017. Focus on Hussein. Hussein, that was the code word for Obama. So, Barack Hussein Obama. Revelations coming very, very soon. Huma, meaning Huma Abedin, to SA, Saudi Arabia, to Hussein, HLR first. Hillary Rodham, I believe, civil rights attorney, 13th District, Senate, DNC. Hussein versus HRC versus McCain. Or could that be HLR? No. Okay. Why is this relevant? I would say because no matter what, the elites had basically three horses in the race. You know what I mean? You have, traitor McCain, you have crooked Hillary, and you have, Mr. Propaganda or Muslim Brotherhood himself, Barack Obama. All three of them, we all know, are willing to do very corrupt and disgusting things and sell out our country. That was the norm for a while until we had a president come along that showed us that it doesn't have to be like that. Follow the money is that pre-president or pre-president? Follow the connections I think it means pre-present. So why don't I say past? Maybe it is pre-president. Why does Hussein travel ahead of POTUS, which he does? Why did Hussein travel behind POTUS? He's trying to, first of all, talk to people ahead of time before Trump gets there and set up a plan, and then go there afterwards and try to undo whatever Trump put together. That was going on forever. Think Asia. Think North Korea. What was told regarding North Korea during the past 8 years? What dramatic shift occurred regarding North Korea post? Election of POTUS. Reconcile. Define hostage. So this is after North Korea came out and basically Anyway, so this is old stuff, right? Time to play, dopey. Black Forest. Wow. Do you guys know about the Black Forest? And the Rothschilds had to sell that home. Where is... Alright, where is it? What the hell? Oh, I forgot. In the old ones, they actually have the answers. That's crazy. Where are they? Oh, right here. Look at this. So they really put a lot of work into this. Barack Obama's nuke deal and missing cash. Barack Obama connections to world elite via Saudi Arabia. Barack Obama missing on Twitter for weeks. Barack Obama installed an office to facilitate Uranium One deal, providing nuclear material to North Korea via Russia. This is a summary of Obama's legislative record in Illinois, right there. This is a commentary of characteristics of the state senator. Pragmatic, shrewd, and always looking ahead to broaden his power. Information will be revealed about Barack Obama and other network bad actors. Harvard University Muslim Association, banking connection, Citigroup to Obama. It has the answers to everything. All the questions asked. Too big when it's bitter? Huh. I wonder what that question was. Oh, no. No. Shit. I mean, shoot. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Q post 12. This is what I'm trying to show you right now. Just to prove a point. 12. And what did I say D-class date was? 9. But not 19. 17. And I remember this post. I remember this because I thought something big was going to happen. I was like, justice. Oh, wow, it's going to happen. This is back in 2017. You know, I was just learning about this stuff. Like I told you, I started following this. So actually, I thought I started following it. No, it started in 2016. So I don't know. I just started following it not too long before this. So, actually, no, a little bit before this. A good while before this. But, check this out. 12, Q post number 309. 12/9/17. Justice. Q. That's what he wrote 2 years ago from the 9th. I've been talking about December 9th for what, like 2 weeks now? Yet 2 years ago, they were talking about it. And that's what he does a lot, is he'll put something out on a day, like usually it's actually like, it's usually not 2 years, it's usually 1 year. So let's say there's something big that's going to happen and they know about it. Now, it's not like they have a crystal ball. No, it's military precision. They're the ones calling the shots. So they can make things happen on certain dates. They can decide when they're going to declass. And look what it says. So back in 17, they knew exactly how it was going to go down. And they knew that they were going to declass on 12/9. December 9th. Sure enough, December 9th, 2017. Justice. ... 2 dots, 2 years. Is it me? Am I reaching too far? Because if you just tell people like one of these things, they go, that's a reach. But when it's thing after 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 thing for 2 years, and like you're studying it night after night. I mean, how many nights is that? We're talking over 700 nights of studying this stuff, and it's just proof after proof after proof. So I've been telling you guys, I just found this out yesterday. Yeah, I've been talking about for 2 weeks how D-class is happening December 9th, for sure. Because he's testifying, meaning Horowitz, on December 11th. And little did I know, I remember seeing something justice, but I never knew it was on December 9th until it was brought to my attention. And when I ever saw this, I said, oh, there it is. That's a Q proof, you know? So This is Q post from 2 years ago, 12/9/17. Justice. He normally doesn't do the two. Look. And then 2 periods. He normally doesn't do 2 punctuation marks. Like I said, there's a reason for everything. I'd actually like to see like the times and all that. Like I bet you that leads to something too. Q. And then Horowitz report. 12/9/19. Future proves past. As he always says, that's what this is all about. And how many explanation points? 2. Because it's 2 years. I mean, I can't see the chat, but I'm just assuming that you're all like collecting your brains from around the floor in the room, because that has to blow your mind. It has to. Oh, and there was something that he put. What's this? What's this all about? Justice marker. Why is it under red? Oh, just because the 9th of December. Let me see over here. 10/28/04. Yeah, I don't see anything there. 10/28/04. No, nothing much. Depending on, you know what? I mean, it depends on when this next. And we'll see what's coming. I mean, sometimes things aren't going to make sense. That's why, like, some things, you think you might have them cracked, but it might be 2 years until it makes any sense. Justice Department Inspector General report on FBI Russia probe to be delivered December 9th, meaning D-class. Now, he's going to actually be testifying on the 11th. Yet, if they have him testifying on the 11th and they don't declassify it when they receive it, when they see it, Justice Department Inspector General report on FBI's Russia probe to be delivered December 9th. And then they're going to declass it. They've already looked at it like 1,000 times. More than that. Seriously. And they're going to have to declass it. That's why it's being given to them, because they're the ones with the power to declass. And if you remember, so who's he handed over to? Is it the DOJ? Because I remember, I don't know if you guys remember Trump did an executive order where he gave executive power to whoever an attorney general is, and they had the ability to declassify documents. So, all right. And if that's not enough, all right, that all this is lining up. Here's a little more for you. December 10th. Because, I mean, what is the deep state going to sit back and do nothing? Is that what actually, you know what? There's no point in doing that. This is what I'm going to do. This is the best way to handle it. This is the best way. I mean, this is just I'm telling you, truth is stranger than fiction. You know, I mean, some of this stuff just came to my attention, but I would not be up all night doing this. I mean, you know, like I said, it's not for the money. It's for honestly, it's for trying to get the word out to people and like help wake people up that don't know or are skeptical, or because you know I'm skeptical of things as well, and I might have been skeptical of Q had I not like came in at the right time when like it was new, and you know, but if I came in towards the end and everyone already knew about it, it would have seemed so complicated. and everyone was already so far ahead. I feel like I'm behind. I'm never gonna really get it. But it's not even like that. It's like you can get it in at any time. And, I mean, as long as you do your research, you can find out about the old stuff. It's easy. I mean, we were so dead. We used to sit around and just wait for Q-posts. Like, I used to be a part of Patriot Soapbox, too. And we'd sit there. And I remember before they even created that guy ended up becoming rich off that. But before they even created it, I was in the room when they were talking about creating a 24/7 channel. And now there's someone else that we all know that wants to do a 24/7 channel. Unbelievable. All right, guys. You ready for this? So here's the trip, right? The trip code. So 125559. Okay? And then as we see right up here, I don't even have to go right there. I didn't have to do that. I could just go right up to the next one. They actually spell it out up here. I had went there, figured it out, and then realized that, and then all of a sudden he releases another post and it basically just spells it out for you. See, that's how you know. Normally he wouldn't spell it out for you. He'd wait for people to figure it out. Now he's like spelling it out for you. That's how you know. He's just like, all right, I'm just gonna put it out, and I'm not like gonna wait for people to figure things out. I'm just gonna tell you what it means. Like, I'm just gonna give you the answers, because it's like the time is here. We're here. It's now actually officially the 4th, right? So the 9th. All right, it's not far off. The Republican Party, none of this means nothing. Kind of 3-year witch hunt, da-da-da-da. What matters is 9:56 a.m. And there's another 2, but it's the 2nd of December, so I don't know really what to think of that. But what's really crazy, and there's a lot of 2s and 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. But the main one is, look at Q puts it out first. This is Eastern time. If it was Pacific time, it would say 12:55, and then the president's, if it's Pacific time, would say 12:55 as well. You know what I mean? But they both happen to. Apparently, Q was posted on Eastern time, so 9:55:59. 1 second later, 9:56. And they're both talking about the same exact idea. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at the time. Alright, so let's go to the next one. Oh yeah, and then remember earlier it said, trip confirmed, or trip, and then it's actually trips confirmed, but the S is in parentheses. Like, it could be a single trip or multiple trips. Trip, it said future confirmation or something like that. So sure enough, that's exactly what we're looking at right here. Is that it says trip confirmed 2. So they already did 1, but they're doing it right here. Relay 1 through 99. Let's see. Oh. So it's saying identify conference. Well, anyway, the time comes out to, for me, it looks like 1:30. But usually they have the second. See those second, how it's on a 10 or an 11? They usually have it on the 12. They wait till it's on the 12. Let me look closer. Yeah, that's a lot better. Oh, look at this. There's a lot going on here. So take notes on these numbers in your head. So we have 1. Oh, you know what? That's not even 1:30. That's 1:29. And you know, in one of his older posts from like 3 weeks ago, it said, use the reflection. I'm seeing reflections in this watch. That's like going outside. Wow. There's the notebook, right? It's all on top of the notebook. Oh, and I found out this pen is actually an electrical pen. It's like state of the art. You know why? This is the stuff from the president's Oval Office. I mean, how does some crazy conspiracy theorist get in the president's Oval Office so often? Because he's always taking pictures in there. Always. So I'm thinking this is actually 1:29. And then it says 11. Huh? Okay. Now this is crazy. Watch this, guys. Why are the largest media companies in the world constantly attacking this so-called conspiracy? He asked that question a lot, right? Now look at this graphic. Check this out. This is going to be very eye-opening. And I'm just worried that this is such a long video that people are going to miss the end. And the end is when the bombshells come. So I might even put, so here comes some big stuff. You already just got a couple big red pills and bombs. So here we go. And well, they call them booms. But so couple big booms. If you guys know Sergey Brin, he's the co-founder of Google and the president of Alphabet Inc. His net worth is $49.5 billion. And guess what? From 2007 to 2015, I mean, basically they changed the world together. He was married to Anne Wojcicki. I always say her name wrong. Wojcicki. I think it's Wojcicki. Anne Wojcicki. And she's the co-founder of what else but 23andMe. Net worth $1 billion. Not too shabby, right? DNA database. So not only does he have control of all of the information in the world, she has control of all of the DNA in the world. Now someone might say, well, hey, does he really have control of all the information? Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, yeah, you got me there. It's, you know, Google can censor me, but I'm speaking my mind on YouTube right now. They're not monetizing me, but I'm speaking my mind. Oh, wait a second. She has a sister. Susan was Kiki. Was Kiki. She is the CEO of YouTube, net worth $410 million. And you know what she does? Censorship. All right? Because Google, all that they have to censor for the most part is, you know, what? Some journalist goes rogue. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot easier. YouTube, you're dealing with a bunch of free characters and personalities, and they can say anything. And when there's about to be a D class, it's going to happen on the 9th, and then on the 11th, they're actually going to go and testify and get thoroughly into this and answer all these questions. And then meanwhile, while they're doing that, we're going to be online telling you, hey, did you hear that? Well, here's the post when this counts. That they're referencing this post. That's how you know that this is true. You know what I mean? Like, literally, I could, like, sit there and watch something like that and just, like, listen and be like, oh, you guys know that that's exactly what Q said right here when it was on this date and da-da-da. Well, so there she is, and she is the owner of YouTube. And don't forget the relation here. Her sister was married with the co-founder of Google, who also is the president of Apple. Net worth basically 50 billion with a B. She is the co-founder of 23andMe, net worth 1 billion. And she has all these people's DNA. I've always said never, ever, ever use one of those. If you guys are watching my show yesterday, my sister is the CEO, not like you know, a VP or no. She is the boss biatch in town. And now let's go further. Now, what am I getting at? Oh, 60 Minutes went after QAnon. What? 60 Minutes?
Questionable videos much less, and point users who search for that kind of material to authoritative sources like news clips. With these changes, Wojcicki says they have cut down the amount of time Americans watch.
Whoa, that's Wojcicki. That's the CEO of YouTube. Wow. Of course, I'm playing this up a little bit. I already know this, but hold on here. So 60 Minutes airs on Sunday. So this was just on the other night? Okay, so what'd she say?
Controversial content by 70%. She told us that earlier this year, YouTube started reprogramming its algorithms in the U.S. to recommend questionable videos much less, and point users who search for that kind of material to authoritative sources like news clips. With these changes, Wojcicki says they have cut down the amount of time Americans watch controversial content by 70%.
That was a very, like, nonchalant way of saying that we are going to cut away your freedom of speech. We are going to make it so that you cannot watch Q. And if you do watch Q, it's going to be somebody that we approve of because they're already part of our team and not a YouTuber, like an established, like, you know, if, you know, like, you know how we, like, for instance, right now, all right, here's an example. You know,
she told us that earlier this year, YouTube started reprogramming its algorithms in the U.S. She told us that earlier this year, YouTube started reprogramming its algorithms.
Watch this. So, she might have learned this trick from her brother-in-law, you know, CEO of, you know, this small company called Google. President of the alphabet. Okay. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Bear with me 1 second. I went so far. I'm sorry. Oh man, where is it? You know what? I don't even need any of these. Let's do it right here. Alright. Look at right now, if I go on Google, QAnon. Let's see. QAnon is a far-right conspiracy theory detailing a supposed secret plot by an alleged deep state against U.S. President Donald Trump and his supporters. What? That's not true. QAnon cans. Fringe conspiracy theorist moves closer to political mainstream. What? You get the point? This is what they're going to do. I understand the temptation to dismiss QAnon. Here's why we can't. Why? Because we're going to kill them? Okay. President Trump and his allies, including former special counsel Robert S. are waging a covert campaign to root out an elite child sex trafficking ring. This guy's being, like, sarcastic, I can tell. Mass arrests are imminent. John F. Kennedy Jr. is about to reveal that he has... This is what I mean by being responsible as a truther. That's why they said, you are the news now. Like, handle it responsibly, or however they put it. Because when you start talking flat earth, and JFK Jr. is really cute, and all this type of crap, you take away from the movement, and you discredit it. And you make it sound stupid when it's all legit. You know, John F. Kennedy Jr. is about to reveal he has been alive all along, so we can say... So basically, we have to read these, like, condescending, like, making fun of us articles. It's Washington Post, you know. Vice President Pence's place in the 2020 Republican Party ticket, and a mysterious government official using the handle Q Clearance Patriot is recruiting soldiers to the cause. To most of us, these statements are almost too bizarre to be fathomed, but for believers in the conspiracy theory known as QAnon, which the FBI recently identified as a domestic terrorist threat, I wonder why the FBI would say that. I don't know, maybe because the FBI is about to, like, literally be, like, the ones that get screwed the most from this FISA, because it was up to basically Brennan and the CIA to go out to Michael Steele with the MI6, basically the CIA of Great Britain, and get him to write this fabricated BS Steele tube. Is on 60 Minutes right before it's about to drop. All right, the week that it's going to drop, she's on 60 Minutes talking about, oh, well, you know, and out of everything in the world, you know what, let's play something. Let's play, actually, I can't, the music. Actually, you know what, I'll just put it on mute. All right, can I do that? So we can't have people question, the government, stuff like that. But I don't know. We can have this. Oh, that's actually what I got. The Chromebook, but it's like the touch screen, 14-inch. That's what I got for the computer. That's so weird that that's up. I need to make sure this is volume down. Shit, how do I do the volume? Oh, I just but, you know, I think I almost have to do it, like, in the computer. All right, so we're not allowed to talk about reality. I mean, this makes sense to, like I've talked to doctors who follow this. I've talked to like all type people from all walks of life, and they follow this stuff because it's legit. And once you actually follow it, it makes sense, and you can't unfollow it because it's just fascinating and it's legit. But instead, we can have stuff like this. Anyway, I'm just gonna go quick. It's a dance song. Kids watch this. It's music, slaughtering in churches, gunshots, all this stuff. Just going around doing all this crazy stuff. The whole time he's rapping about like, certain types of drug deal and things like that. But we can't talk about, the fact that, hey, there's been, all this going on. There's all this proof. It all lines up. It's been lining up. It's been making sense for years. Yet, that's dangerous because why? They set it up, like, come on. We all know that if someone died, it was because of their doing. Let's be real. That's just how it is. Hey, look, check this out. Yeah.
Don't get you slipping now.
Yeah. Let's put it for 1 second.
This is America.
That's okay. And not only that, this is okay for any age. Okay? Do you understand? This is okay for any age. Any age. It doesn't say anything about over 18, anything like that. I've had videos where they make him over 18 because I say a couple swears. But this is okay for our kids to watch. This guy shot up a whole choir, shoots a guy in the back of a head like that, and then goes, "This is America." And they're talking about trap houses and selling drugs and all that stuff. Making it seem cool. All right, but meanwhile, here we got this lady at the YouTube, and the only reason they care is because it's their asses on the line. It's her ass, it's her sister's ass, it's her sister's ex-husband's ass. All right, the elites, their asses are on the friggin' line. But of course they're gonna try, but in the end, they're not gonna succeed. They're not gonna succeed. Maybe they think they have a chance, but they don't. This is precision, military precision. All right, they've always had the U.S. military on their side. They're going to feel what it's like to have the U.S. military and the might of naval intelligence and the army intelligence and everything that we have to offer and the spying and the everything that we have against them. And they've been feeling it the past 2 years. And this is like a last-ditch effort. And with a straight face, she's talking about everything on YouTube. YouTube is so much stuff. She goes, well, we're going to cut back on YouTube and all this stuff. I mean, did you guys hear what she said? Really listen to what she's saying. Really think about what she's saying. Exactly what she's saying. You know, she says it in a way where, you know, they probably rehearsed this. I mean, how many times, right? Right? I mean, you know it. Like, they rehearsed this so many times. But that doesn't change the fact of what she's saying. You know, you just have to sometimes, like, listen to it a second time, or just really, like, stop and think for a second. Like, wait a second. This is wrong. This is America. To quote the guy shooting them in the back of the head and doing all that. But this is America. You know, in America, you know, it should be less about shooting people in the back of the head and more about not letting this woman talk like that when she has the power. And it's in YouTube, when it was presented to me, it was a platform where you could do basically what you want, as long as you're not, like, having sex and, like, being nude and okay. But I can maybe swear, whatever. If an advertiser doesn't want to take me on, then okay. But you know what? Yeah, look at these two. Ugh. This is disgusting. And then we're gonna keep on going. All right, ready? I just need to play this again. Not the, I just want to play her real quick saying that. Ooh, it looks like some of the new Q posts are gonna be interesting. We're gonna finish those and watch that quick. And this is 60 minutes.
Point users who search for that kind of material to authoritative sources like Americans watch controversial content by 70%. She told us that earlier this year, YouTube started reprogramming its algorithms in the U.S. to recommend questionable videos much less, and point users who search for that kind of material to authoritative sources like news clips. With these changes, Wojcicki says they have cut down the amount of time Americans watch controversial content by 70%. She told us that earlier this year, YouTube started...
So basically, we're all truthers. By 70%, that means out of every 10 YouTube channels you like, 7 will be gone. And if they're talking about Q, they're gone. Which is why I took a huge risk tonight. I most likely ended my channel tonight. It was like asking for donations since, like going into...
reprogramming its algorithms in the U.S. to recommend...
Going into, what's it called? What's that called on Friday? Black Friday. Was because, I wanted to be able to order and have, like, equipment and do deep dives. I'm doing all this for my phone. I mean, get me back on a laptop where I can do multiple things at once. I can talk to you on chat. I can do the really deep dive. And I don't have to be careful about, like, what's on my phone when I'm doing things. More gigs, more everything, more editing. Like, I mean, she's going to do this. Is she doing it right now? Why am I still up?
Recommend questionable videos.
Okay, well, I'll show you why, right? Okay, so when is this? It's like a long time from now. How much time do I got? Let's see. Freaking, what am I doing? Oh, all right. Now, so there's that going on with her, right? Now, do you remember I was telling you guys about Ilhan Omar? Whether you were here I was mentioning about 2 hours ago. I was mentioning, since Ilhan Omar is running in an election. Woman's feeling, I believe it's a woman. She's feeling confident as well. And she said exactly what I said, which is true. And, first of all, wait. All right, I gotta check this out, because look at this. Ilhan Omar's opponent banned from Twitter after suggesting Congresswoman should be hanged. You know, we can already picture what she was saying. She's basically saying she committed treason. She should be hung. You know, like, you know what I mean? She did, though. She committed friggin' treason. How is she even able to run again? Twitter permanently banned Democratic Republican Ilhan Omar's Republican opponent on Friday. See, they're not holding any punches anymore. So we can't either. Even if it means putting our friggin' channels on the line. All right? So if you don't see your favorite truther out there putting their ass on the line, then you already know what they're all about. You know, this Republican, all right? I bet you she would have been a great, she's not going to have a friggin' chance now without social media, just the way the world is today. You know, and they took her platform right out from under her. For what? Telling the truth? Pisses me right the fuck off. On Friday, after she accused? She's not accusing shit. It's been said in court in a sworn deposition. It's been said by many, many people, all swearing, like, who are all showing up to court, by the way, to support this man and also testify if needed. It's just for now, they didn't see a reason for more than one to testify. Once one testifies, it makes it real. And they have to take it serious. But they're all going to the next court date. All these guys who all know about this, and they're exposing her. And it's legit. I hate the way they use the wrong wording. But it's in the wording that they get people. It looks like, oh my God, how wrong of her. But they don't know the story. Because where are they going to find the new story? They're not watching YouTube. They're not watching Theredpillnews Dispenser. They're not watching friggin' Richie from Boss. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they are watching Richie, but I don't know. You know, like people who are actually like, what they say is how they live. Like, as far as like prepping, let's say. Richie from Boston actually lives that life. I met him. I couldn't believe it. His truck, like everything, it's like built for like Armageddon at all times. It's crazy. When it comes to being truthful and being honest with my words, I am literally equipped with the words and the heart and the balls to be real and be honest at all times. So after she accused the Minnesota Congresswoman of treason, all right, so she didn't accuse her. Actually, she's being accused by people in court and sworn depositions, whereas if it's not true, they would be so screwed. Okay. And wrote on the platform that Omar should be hanged. Well, that is the punishment for treason, death. But okay, all right, like, none of this makes sense. This is someone running against her. Like, it makes me wonder, did we already lose this country? Or is it just the media making it appear that way? And because they're in Minnesota and Ilhan Omar's in power, she still has some influence. I don't know. Is anyone here from Minnesota? Can anybody enlighten me what the is going on up there? Please. Because I'm worried about this country. If this is how... I was thinking, like, whoever's going against her, like, to talk about an easy win. And they're banned from Twitter already. Already. This news just broke. I'll tell you exactly when. Because I told you this, a guy named John Boy broke it, okay? And right when he broke it, I took over. I was the second on it. There's only 9, really? The thing is, I just thought it was the morning, people would get up. Alright, oh wow, 1 week. Wow, it's been a week. Alright, so it's been a week. But here it is, by the way, guys, right here.
Qatari officials. His testimony
is all legit. Alright, so that's that right there. The one with her and the hijab, that's that, okay? So that's like the story and everything. And that was pretty discouraging to see his 9. That's the lowest I've seen all night. And it's actually morning when people are waking up. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank each and every one of you that hear that. Thank you so much. Because I'd be really embarrassed if it was lower than that. All right. So they took away her Twitter. And her name is Danielle Stella, a candidate hoping to challenge Omar for her Minnesota seat in the 2020 election. Tweeted earlier this week. Now, this is word for word what she said. If she didn't say, hang her. She committed treason, hang her. This is what she said. If it is proven. Now, tell me if you disagree with this. If anybody disagrees with this, say, I disagree with what she said exactly. Like, that woman should be kicked off Twitter. And no one's going to judge you. No one be mean to them. I want people's honest opinion. I really do. If it is proven, so if it is proven, at Ilhan MN, meaning Ilhan Omar, passed sensitive info to Iran, she should be tried for treason and hanged. It sounds to me like she's reading out of the UCMJ. I mean, that is the protocol for a situation like that to our number one enemy in the world. If she's giving them sensitive intel that's getting our soldiers killed and our sailors and Marines and airmen killed, yeah. In fact, I would take it a step further and say, why don't we do death by firing squad? Like, this is ridiculous. And now they banned her from Twitter and give Ilhan Omar this upper hand in this race. Now Twitter's going to basically intervene in this race where we have somebody who's giving sensitive intel to our enemies. And just because the other ones are Republican, she's banned from Twitter because she said the most obvious thing of all time that, and she made it very clear, if it is not if it's true or if any of this is, no, if it is proven, then Ilhan Omar should be, she didn't say like she should be, found guilty of treason. No, it said she should be tried for treason, meaning given due process, more than they're willing to do for Donald Trump for making a mistake of saying at the beginning of a phone call, like a guy from New York talks, do me a favor, like say just for that one little mistake, he can't get due process. Same thing with Mueller, no due process. Here we have somebody who planned it out, all right, put aside her brother/husband and 2 incestuous kids to marry a gay man, okay? And then And I know I'm coming down hard on her, but this is all 100% true. They don't even dispute it. Because it got out and they couldn't keep that genie in the bottle, I'll tell you that. And they're not going to be able to keep this one in either. So really stew on this. If it's proven that Ilhan Omar passed sensitive info to Iran through Qatar, it doesn't say that, but I'm just saying what it actually is, she should. She didn't say, I want her to be. She says she should. And you know what? According to the law, not only should she, but she would be. So what does that tell you? I mean, the Constitution, like the law of the United States and the UCMJ, which applies to like military and public servants such as congressmen and women, we're held to a certain standard where treason, seditious conspiracy, being a prison for treason, which means basically, being aware that treason's going on, yet you just stand there and do nothing. Well, you know what? I would say that Twitter is complicit for that charge. The only problem is they know that they don't fall under an elected official or military, so they don't got to worry about it. So, they can just continue on their way. Oh, well, Red Pill, what about, they're reporting it and twisting it the wrong way. Well, I mean, they can do that anyways. Obama made sure of that. What do you mean? Propaganda is legal. This is America. Right? We can show people with AK-47s killing choirs, Christian choirs, and shooting someone in the back of the head with something over their head. But I can't talk about a factual military operation that's going on right now. Not to like protect the integrity of the operation. No, the whole point of the operation is to get people talking about it and to spread awareness. And these fucking elites think they're gonna shut us up, and they think that they're gonna treat us like this, and then all of a sudden now the same person whose sister is the head of that DNA company, please never send your DNA to one of those companies, ever. We just figured out 25 years ago what DNA does as far as like your genetics and predisposition to disease and alcoholism and certain things like that. But they're going to use that type of stuff. They're going to say, oh, we're not going to do anything with your DNA except like tell you what your health risks are so you can get ahead of them. Yeah, right. You don't think it's going to go, are they going to bring the DNA back to you? No. It goes to a database somewhere and they're going to analyze it, because I truly think that there's more to DNA than that. We've only known really about all this stuff with DNA for what, 25 years, really? That we've really known, like for sure, what it like as far as like the genetics. I think that there's more to it. I think there's like a spiritual aspect where all our ancestors and their experiences and is kind of encoded in there, and they're kind of with us in that way. Because if you read the Bible, it's not like, according to the Bible, no one's in heaven like watching down. No. Everyone has Judgment Day on the same day. So if they died 100 years ago, it would be like a blink of an eye after they die, and then they go to Judgment Day. The same day when we die, we go to Judgment Day. And it's all like a half second or a millionth of a second. That's how I read the Bible, at least. I mean, that's how it reads. That might burst someone's bubble. I'm sorry to say that, but I mean, at least it's not pain. It's just quick and boom, you're both together and you're getting judged. And hopefully you get in. I don't know why I started talking about that, but it's just a lot of stuff I think about. Anyways, so again, she said, if it is proven Ahilman passed sensitive information to Iran, she should, not I want her to, nothing nasty. This is a factual statement. This is as if, like, your teacher said in class, teachers in class, okay, what if a congresswoman was to pass sensitive intelligence that could get our troops killed overseas, especially when there's a hot zone right next door and there's all these different troops in Syria right now, and we're trying to pull out, but before we do, and one of our congresswomen tricks everybody that she actually cares about America when really she's working for the enemy and giving them our intel behind our backs. Someone would raise their hand and say, well, if it is proven that they were actually passing that information on to the enemy of the United States, she should be tried with, due process, and if found guilty of treason, hanged and killed. That would be the correct answer on the test. Yet, in this world we live in now, you get kicked off Twitter. All right, rant. That's the conclusion of that rant, because I can go forever on that one. That goes right through me. I didn't plan on even looking at this, but this just popped up. Helena Judge reprimanded by discipline board over QAnon email. See what I mean? When I try to tell you guys, like, it's not like, don't feel like crazy for believing this stuff is legit. I'm telling you, doctors, lawyers, like, they're ashamed to talk about it, and I understand. I'm not ashamed, but, people like always think stuff. They're like, oh, wow, you're crazy. It's like, maybe you just don't fucking know shit. You know what I mean? You don't know anything, and you're just thinking you know what you're talking about. When I put so many hours into this, and I'm no friggin' dummy, and I'm not the smartest guy in the world either, but, I've had access to classified information. I know what it looks like. I know what shorthand looks like. I haven't seen shorthand since I seen it from Q. And as time's gone, it's becoming more and more realistic and legitimate that it's real. So real quick, Montana Judicial Standards Commission publicly reprimanded Lewis and Clark counties elected. Wow, he's an elected justice as well. That's bad. You see what they're doing? They're not just coming after us and taking away our voice. They're taking away the people that our voice in a different way too. The people that we might want to elect, and the people that we have elected, just for talking about truth. So this judge, who isn't just a regular judge, he is an elected justice of the peace for using his official. So they've reprimanded Lewis and Clark County's elected justice of the peace for using his official email account to express political opinions about the far right. They always describe it the same way. The far right conspiracy theory, QAnon. Judge Michael Swinley sent the January 2nd email during work hours to Washington Post reporter A.V. Selk, who had previously authorized 2 pieces about QAnon. One of Selk's pieces poked fun at the meticulous research and robust body of evidence believers say supports all of QAnon. All right, a little bit of credence to the actual intel that's there, whether Q is real or otherwise. Oh yeah, no big deal. Like, if he's real, no big deal. Yeah, right, real big deal. There is a movement started by the hypothesis of a Q and somebody behind the scenes standing up for the average American citizen, Swinley wrote in the email. Patriots are uniting against people just like you. Your world of fake news and liberal agendas that give away our country to foreigners and protect the Clintons and Obamas is coming to an end. Wait for it, you pathetic, snobby ass. I think I love this, man. I think I love this, Judge. Wow. Like, seriously, was he seriously, was he just like pounding a beer, like wearing like American flag pajamas and like a cape when he said that? That was amazing. Wow. And then they have him with the apology. They have to, of course, have him with the apology because they're taking away his livelihood as a judge. Many Q fans believe that President Kennedy was set to reveal. See, here comes all they try to make it sound dumb. That's what I mean. You guys gotta be careful. People, we all reflect on the truth community. Now, be ready, Anon's public awakening coming. Ooh. What is this? Oh, is this the picture in London? In London town. Is this London town? Oh, no way. Look, the name of it is Lisa MI6. I know what this is. This is about the Covington Hotel. I know exactly what this is. This is about the Covington Hotel. And guess who's heading there? You see these three? They had 3 of them. I think there's like 5 in all. And they were all heading there. This is actually a while ago. This was part of a group of other photos, and we were trying to figure out who they were. That's what it is. Where are they actually, though? I remember they were on a sidewalk. It might be on one of those cars. There could be, are those tents? Alright. Unless I see something else with the Covington Hotel, that's what it is. And that's actually been something it's been rumored that place is a MI6 headquarters. They have them all over the place. You'd be surprised how many skiffs are just scattered, especially in big cities, just around, in case they have to have a classified meeting quick. So yeah, that's what I think that is. Is it the Covington or the Cornington? Or the Cornington? Something like that. Okay. Anons, why would we provide the date of the Pfizer release? They're scaring me by saying that. Don't make me sound stupid. Logical thinking. Ammunition is finite. Yeah, that's true. You're scaring me, man. Let me see what other people thought of that. I'm going to see if anyone... This is the first one I'm a little bit... I don't know what he means by ammunition is finite. Like, I don't know what he's trying to relate to me. Let's see. Oh, look. Now they're announcing December 9th IG report. Why would we provide that data? Yeah. Yeah, well, I know what finite means. I'm saying, like, okay, and oh, I can't stand people who just like steal exactly what they say and just run it. Ugh. Logical thing. This guy thinks he'll wait for the precise moment. No. Alright. So that could mean that most likely just means that what I was telling you guys earlier. What they keep doing is they keep on basically like they'll like head fake, like the Q team will do like a head fake, and they'll spend their ammo, both figuratively and sometimes actually literally. They'll spend the ammo. You know what I'm saying? And then once the ammo's spent, especially if it's an FF, you know, let's see. All right. Happy holidays from California. And it's all on fire. You know, I think that this will be a good place to end, because I think I want to stop my video with this. So let me end you on a certain...
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down.
Oh wait, it's gonna be good.
I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gotta be biblical.
Okay, hold on. Law-abiding citizen. These crooks have been getting away while tax-paying good people have been having our communities poisoned with drugs, our children poisoned with drugs, because nobody wants to protect the borders. Nobody wants to actually convict anybody. It's all about just show up in front of the judge and, you know, walk away, and that's it. I mean, you know, not job. But instead, she's kicked off friggin' Twitter. That's the answer to that. That's the correct thing to say. And the way she said it, she held back. She said, if she's proven, you know, this is how I want to end. All right? And I'm not playing this in a violent way. This is put on by Q, but I know how he means it. He means, you know, we are so fed up with this that, you know, this is just getting out of hand. It's not fair anymore. It's just, it's the haves and the have-nots. And guess what? We the people. That's the only reason they have power, is we the people. And only we the people have the power to get this done. We can't rely on Q and Q alone. December 10th. So to get that straight, that's what it's all about. It's going to be the D class. The next day, all of a sudden, channels... So don't feel bad for me. On that note, let's play this.
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gonna be biblical.
It's gonna be biblical, he says. Wow. I mean, that was pretty freaking cool, huh? Wow, that was cool. That was really cool. Oh, I gotta play it one more time. Alright, hold on. I mean, who cares about copyright strikes, right?
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gonna be biblical.
Oh, man. Alright, guys, so we're gonna see. It's gonna be very exciting. I gotta get some sleep, and tomorrow I'm gonna pick up where I left off, and by then there's gonna be even more Q posts. And also, there's so much I didn't even get to go over. It's just, this ended up running long, but I'm happy, and thank you for everyone who spent this night with me. This is the Red Pill with the Theredpillnews dispensary. You know, when you need your peds, you know exactly where to go and get them. What is going on here? 1:33. I've been on for longer than an hour and a half. Did this stop at some point? Oh, yeah, it died. Remember? That's what it was. All right, guys. First, let me say hello to a few people. Amazing Baby. How are you? You were on the front lines then. Communism in action. You're right. It is. And let me see what else. And your mainstream media, I think it is. It's the enemy, the biggest enemy of the people. Negotiator, how you doing? El Gato 246. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Buffering. So much stabbings is going on for back to back. Huh? So much stabbings is going on for back to back. I forget what I was talking about at that point. Rack stars. Trump on day 2 or something. Yep. Interesting 5G. Yeah, and guess what, guys? You want to hear something crazy? Trump's in London the day after there was a terror attack on London Bridge where a known terrorist was in a terrorist rehabilitation center along with other terrorists and non-terrorists that are all in rehabilitation, ends up on the London Bridge, pulls out 2 knives, kills 2 people, stabs another 2 people. Then all of a sudden, someone pulls out a fire extinguisher. Now, if anyone's ever been in the military or used a fire extinguisher before, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't burn, the chemicals don't do anything. There's nothing to a fire extinguisher to be worried about. So he's spraying the guy with this isn't nothing funny, but it actually is funny. He's spraying the guy with a fire extinguisher, and he has knives, and it's like, it's not doing anything. And out of nowhere, this guy's walking down the street, and it looks like he's walking with a 6-foot branch. And it turns out, you know what he has? He has a 2 million pound, not in weight, but in currency. You know the that like not a beluga. What is it called? A Norwell, Norwell. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? A Norwell, or something like that. It's like 6 feet long, and it comes off the top of their head. A narwhal or a Norwell. Do you guys know? It's like crazy. Whoa. I have 26. Wait, that's a joke. MacDuffin, I have 22 likes and 26 dislikes? Oh, I think I know what went on here. I think I know exactly what went on here. Alright, you know what? Alright, people don't appreciate what I do. That's fine. I was gonna tell you a funny story. Alright, I don't know if you guys ever heard of a friggin' Anyways, you know what? Hey, if anyone has a problem with me, say it right now. Anyone here have a fucking problem? You guys are all sitting there quiet. You guys are like, honestly, I was about to say, but then I was like, I was like, you know, my normal audience isn't here. Normally they're quick and they know exactly what I'm talking about, but no one seems to be knowing what I'm talking about. I have more dislikes than likes. I like put a lot into this video. You'd be fucking kidding me. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. So you guys would rather be like bullshitted. Would you rather I bullshit you and like you know, like sell you shit? Is that what you want? Seriously. I'm just trying to like understand people these days. Like, is that what you want? You want to be sold shit? Here, let me look this up for you people. I don't freaking recognize anyone. How do I have more list? I've never had more than 6 dislikes, like ever. This is crazy. That's a coordinated thing. So good. You know, I said it doesn't matter. They're not gonna get me to do a video, so that's fine. I'm not gonna perpetuate more hate. Stayed up all night for this. Where the fuck's my audience? I mean, I don't expect them to be up at this hour, but still. That's how many likes I got? Alright. Yeah, more dislikes than likes after all this time. What the hell is that called? Norwal, right? Norwal? Narwhal. 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 This thing. Look at this, guys. See that? So the guy's stabbing people on London Bridge, and there is a guy, and when I say 2 million pounds, I'm talking about the currency, not the weight. He happens to be carrying one of those. Not the animal, just the tooth. That's actually what it is, a tooth. All right? So he happens to be carrying that down the street on London Bridge. All right, so he's carrying that down the street on London Bridge. I shit you not, right? So he's carrying it down. The guy all of a sudden steps back. One guy's spraying him with the fire extinguisher, and it almost, I mean, it was a really stupid idea. Luckily he didn't get killed because the fire extinguisher doesn't do anything. But what it did end up doing, it kind of created like a, I think the guy was like so shocked. It was like one guy spraying with a fire extinguisher. It's not really doing anything. It's like, what else are they gonna do? And another guy has the narwhal of a porpoise or whatever you call it, and it's like, you know, it's as tall as me, 6 feet tall. And you know, it's not like he can stick it in his jacket and pull it out. No, he's just walking down the London Bridge like with a friggin' narwhal. And I looked up how much they cost. They cost 2 million pounds, which, you know, in dollars is like, you know, their currency might be devalued. I don't know. It's probably like I don't know. Does anyone know the exact conversion rate? It's close. It's probably like $1.7 million, something like that, right? Something around there, 1.7, $1.8 million. And so the guy has him with the narwhal. He's stabbing him with the tooth thing of the porpoise or whatever. Well, the other guy's spraying him with the fire extinguisher, and it's not sad because 2 people died. I mean, it's not funny because I said that wrong. It's not funny because 2 people died. But what is funny is when you actually watch this video. there's a guy spraying him with a fire extinguisher, which is doing nothing. I don't know if any of you guys ever, like in the military, we used to spray each other with fire extinguishers all the time, just joking around. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't do anything. But it does kind of like, it might like confuse him, especially since the other guy has the horn of a porpoise, which is called a narwhal, and he's stabbing him with it after the guy already stabbed 2 people. And this is all in London Bridge. And finally the police come, and they take away one knife. They take away the knife. Weird enough, the guy had his face covered the whole time. There was no blood on the knife, even though he killed 2 people, wounded another 2. The whole time the guy's stabbing him with the narwhal, which again is a 6-foot thing that comes off the top of a porpoise, and it costs $1.8 million. He's stabbing him with it. Craziest video I've ever seen in my life. That just happened on London Bridge. Ever since that happened like yesterday morning on London Bridge. So basically, like, I think like the night before, but like Eastern time here, it was like yesterday, or like maybe like this time, around this time, maybe a little bit earlier than this, yesterday. So basically, think about so this is what I'm getting at. Well, besides telling that crazy story, this is what I'm getting at with the whole thing. There is, in England, they have this thing where one guy's job, along with security, is he works for the royal family, and every single royal family has this code name for, like, for instance, the last monarch before Queen Elizabeth was King something. Which king was it? It's not King George, right? Not King George? No, King... Whoever the last monarch was. Forgive me for not knowing who the friggin' monarch... But I knew it earlier. That's why I thought I knew it. Earlier, I looked it up. King George. King George, I believe. I believe it's King George. King George the Second or something. I don't know. It'd probably be more, not the second. It'd probably be later than that. But King George the Sixth, I want to say. Just guessing. You can correct me in the comments. So when he died, they said something like, I think it was like this Covington Square. They said. So the guy picks up the phone and everyone's listening in from all over the world all the time. I mean, that's what I did in the Navy, was listen in. So, it's called cryptology, especially in collection, you listen in. So he calls and he goes, yes, just, talking to the royal family. Yes, Princess Elizabeth, yes. Covington Square, and that, I know it's a horrible accent, but that means the king is dead. And the royal family finds out first, and everyone else finds out later. Now, what's weird about this situation, not only was this guy wearing a mask, not only did he kill 2 people and stab 2 other people, but there's no blood on the knife. Not only was it so random that one person spraying a fire extinguisher, making it kind of like hard to see, but not hard to see in a way where it's like a tactical thing, like a smoke grenade. It's not that hard to see. It's just like an annoyance. You know what I mean? But what it did make is it kind of, I don't know, maybe the fire extinguisher, all that spraying that sprayed the blood off. Like, I'm saying that seriously, like, because the blood had to have came off somehow, right? Or maybe white. Maybe it was just, I don't know. But all I know is that the other guy had a $2 million narwhal. I don't know if that's like popular. Like, it blows my mind. It's the animal that comes out of the water. It's like they call it the unicorn of the sea. It's 6 feet long. And the guy just happens to be walking down the London Bridge with it. So all these wicked weird events, and on top of all of it, Queen Elizabeth, right after this, it went viral. The Queen Elizabeth is dead. It just went viral out of nowhere. It was, you know, sometimes on Twitter, like something weird will go viral for no reason. Well, this is one of them. And everyone started making more and more jokes, more and more jokes. Queen Elizabeth is dead. Queen Elizabeth is dead. Everyone kept making this joke. And it's like, where does it come from? Where does it come from? All of a sudden, you would think that the friggin' narwhal would be, you know, a 6-foot unicorn horn would be number one trending. But no, it was that the queen is dead. Well, it was confirmed that she's not dead. In fact, she's fine. But I was thinking, oh, maybe they're already setting up, like, you know, they're desensitizing the public for maybe the death of the queen. That would be a big one across the world. Some kind of distraction for the 9th, 10th, 11th, you know? Then I found out. Do you know how I told you King George, I don't know if it's the 6th or the 8th or whatever, the last monarch before the queen, his was like Covington Square, and they knew he was dead once that code word is said. And there's only one guy who makes that call and knows there's other people who knows the code word, but there's only one guy who calls, and they know his voice. And other than security, that's his only job, basically. You know how it is when it comes to the world today. Weird traditions. Well, guess what her code word is? You ready for this? London Bridge. So when Queen Elizabeth dies, it's a male, it's a big guy. He's going to call. He's going to say, hello, Prince Henry, London Bridge. And she's dead. And the royal family's informed first, and that's it. And there just happened to be the most outrageous moment of all time. And at the end of the whole moment, the guy who ends up walking away with the knife, of course, like a true English guy, pulls out a handkerchief, not to clean the knife, not to do anything, just pulls out a handkerchief and starts waving it. And the video ends like that. So tomorrow, when I start on the new stuff, I will play that video. And I want to thank you guys for sticking with me, giving me more dislikes than likes. And you know what? For that, I got one more for you. I can't believe that. That's unbelievable. That is crazy. A lot of good information in this video. But I'm just kidding. It's not you guys. I know who it is. I'm just joking around. I know who it is. When I say that, I'm speaking to a particular group of people that just hate on me for no reason. You know, some people are just haters. Oh, sorry about that. Wrong one. Well, here's the narwhal. So it's like 6-7 feet long. And that's what the guy was walking down London Bridge, like the side of London Bridge with, randomly. He didn't grab it, or he didn't have it in a case. He didn't have it hidden somewhere. It's bigger than him. He just happened to be walking down the street with it. And when the knife attack happened, he comes with that. And meanwhile, another guy, like, you know, it was just weird. It was like he looked like a Spartan, and the other guy is like a clown with a fire extinguisher. And I don't know. It was just a crazy situation. I feel a little bit really kind of guilty about laughing about it, but it's hard not to laugh about it but people did die, you know, supposedly, because I find the whole thing really fishy. No pun intended. Anyways,
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gonna be biblical.
It's gonna be, you heard him, folks, biblical. All right, and so with that, this is the Red Pill News Dispensary. Please, on your way out, give me a thumbs up. But more important than that, share this video. There is no way that the algorithm is going to share this video. So I have to require on you guys to share this video. This video is loaded with information. So with that, Red Pill News Dispensary. Have a good day, guys.